scheduled now to be in the car about 40 minutes past midnight, which is an hour and 15 minutes from now. So I hope Brooks can keep going that long. If not, I'll just have to be a bit early and go a bit longer. But I don't mind that. That's all right. I can stretch to an hour and a half if needed. Quick swig of the old water there, I think. Quick swig of the old water there, John.
Yeah, definitely. I think we all need a bit of a... Sorry, I was definitely needing a bit of a drink after that. About 2.5 hours we went there without a break. Just to let you guys know our brilliant effort from Piers Pryor on the co-columns there. He's now gone for a nap because we've finally, Jake, for the first time, we've been organised here. We've worked out a potential running order.
Has Piers Pryor slept? Is he going to go and sleep? I didn't realise.
For a nap.
I didn't know he slept. I thought he was just one of those things you turn a little button on the back of his neck and he's awake. I thought that sounded...
You know what Piers reminds me of sometimes? When McLaren Tuned brought in Nick de Vries on that episode. Is it just me there?
Well, no, he reminds me of the Nico Rosberg.
Yes. Definitely. So, I mean, we've got a potential strategy here. I'm not going to give anything away just in case, give some tactics to any other drivers. But after Tom, Jake will...
He's everywhere.
After Tom has done his double stint, which is very heroic given his current health circumstance. That makes it sound really bad because it seems like he's really ill. No, it makes it his cold and his bleeding nose, blessed him. He's going to do a double stint, and then the hype is real. Jake Sanson will finally... It's been a long time, but you'll be getting out there, and to be fair, it'll be light.
I am going to be the last person in the entire building to get my racing stint in. Everybody else has had at least one stint in the car now, so yes, I will be the last.
Jonathan Provost actually asked us, we asked Jake specifically, who are the drivers of Team Race Logic? Do you want to talk through the drivers of Team Race Logic?
Well, we've done it briefly, but I only know most of them by surname, but there are a few I know of. Sam Newland, who was in the car a little bit earlier on. Jesper Pedersen, who started things off. Curly Worley, he was in the car just after the restart. And we had Julian Thomas in the car as well, who of course is a Fun Cup racing driver. So, yes. That's all I know. The other four names are surnames only that I know. Holman, Fox, Fowler and Chakraborty, but I don't actually know their first names as yet, unfortunately.
Yes, but I mean, that's the thing. There's so many drivers here, Jake. We don't really have time to get to know it, and everyone's obviously focusing on their own efforts as well.
Well, one of them we do know. It's Johnny Holman, who has been coined the nickname Two Spins. I wonder how...
Johnny Two Spin Hall.
I wonder how many times he's gone off this race.
You know what? I think it's more than two. I think. I mean, he's in the car just now. They've written that at the start. Has he had a spin in this stint? I think he might have been taken out actually earlier on. So might become Johnny Three Spin, but we'll wait and see. But those guys are doing a really good job. Obviously, so many drivers in that team that it's really difficult to get an idea. There's going to be so many different levels of performance. It's really tricky for them to put together a really good race stint, but they're doing really, really solid efforts just now. The team Race Logic, and of course they did lead earlier on with Jesper Pedersen, I believe. They kind of swapped positions at the very. Was it swapping positions with Simply Ace, or was they swapping positions with a different team? I think it was Simply Ace actually.
I think it might have been actually, to be fair. The battle I'm now interested in the most on circuit is the battle for 9th actually. With Barracuda and Storming Camel. Those are the only two cars on the same lap as each other, and every time they've come near each other in the race, they've actually been very, very close to each other. Misfit seems to want to prove a point with Friction Racing and is trying to unlap themselves, and there's actually a little bit of closeness between them. We've got a little bit of a lag, unfortunately, so we can't really tell exactly how close things are. But
sorry, I think either there's been a timing issue, or Simply Ace have had a wee bit of an issue, or they've just maybe pitted. But I'm pretty sure it was just saying there that Friction were on the same lap as the leaders, and Downforce Radio were one lap down. Do we think there's an issue there, or could that be, we missed something? Do you think?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if they had made a pit stop, but
they were 4 laps ahead, so there
must be something, either a time issue, or there's definitely going to be some kind of discrepancy there.
At it there, sorry. It's saying Simply Ace are in the pit, so maybe it's, you know what it might be? Maybe it's just because they're in the pit lane, it's not registering them at the moment. So Downforce, when it's saying +1 lap, it might just mean +1 from Friction Racing, because it's showing lap 131 under Friction Racing, and it usually only shows that under the leader. Yet Simply Ace are still being showed as the leader. So I think it's just because they're in the pit. And we do apologise. There's a wee bit of lag being experienced now. As you can see, the cars are floating around a wee bit, but trust me, the drivers will get a much more solid view, and hopefully that's sorted itself out now. As we see, is that the Friction Racing Aston Martin pulling into the pits from second place. It has sorted itself out now, the timing. So Simply Ace still 3 laps ahead of the field. I believe Friction Racing just just pulled into the pits. They have indeed. And Downforce Racing are 1 lap further behind them in 3rd place, still only 4 laps off the lead. Purple Helmets a further 2 laps back, so Tom seems to be maintaining the gap quite nicely right now to the Purple Helmets. He's doing a fantastic job.
Oh, I'm just reading the Twitter feed, and Ben Haddleton was the chap who gave us custard creams earlier, I noticed.
That's an important role.
He's now nursing a whiskey at Spoons in Milton Keynes. Well, that doesn't seem particularly racing driver-ish.
Nursing's an interesting choice of word. How are you finding the races developing for us there, Dan?
I think the race. Oh, there's a car in the wall there. I think it was that is the.
I believe that's the Barracuda car.
Yeah, Barracuda. I think they're also doing. It's like Sport Relief on the roof. I think they're doing charity as well. So, yeah, Barracuda and Mission Motorsport both doing charity events. But yeah, I think the race is going well at the moment. The Simply Ace team, though, are just proving their class. They're 4 laps ahead, 3-4 laps ahead, and it's going to take a catastrophe, I think, really, for them to not, especially with there no damage and there not being any mechanical failures. I think they'll just pound around the hot laps. I think the battle is for the final 2 places on the podium between Friction Racing, Downforce Racing, and Purple Helmets at the moment.
Yeah, I think we can't discount Purple Helmets a shot here at the podium. I mean, they're only 2 laps down, and we've still got a few. There's still 13 hours to go. We can't even say anything. We're still not even halfway. As Race Logic are making a driver change, it'll be interesting to see what name comes out here. There's always the dramatic moment of truth as we have the pressured writing, but it looks like Sam Newland's getting back in the Race Logic car. He'll be hoping to improve on his stint early on. Had a couple of spins, I think, feeling the pressure a wee bit at the start of his stint, so he'll be looking maybe for a stronger beginning. But yeah, you were saying, Dan, that Barracuda obviously sporting the stick. Great to see these teams raising money for this certain causes, and they're very important. And I think Sport Relief's always a great one. It always goes to the right places, and Jake's nodding his head. It's great to see just generally. It's such a nice atmosphere. Everyone's so friendly, despite all. There'll be people taking each other out on track, and okay, drivers might get hot-headed in the moment, but everyone's really good friends, and there's a lot of money being raised for good causes.
There's been a bit of friendly banter, shall we say, between a few teams here.
The reversing misfits in the main straight was pushing friendly banter.
Yeah, I think it was pushing it to the limit. But no, I mean, everybody's here for a good laugh. Everybody's here for a good time, and the money raised so far has been very encouraging. There's been a lot of really good attitudes around the paddock here. A lot of people doing some really interesting and exciting stuff off the track as well as on it. But no, I mean, it is a fun atmosphere, and this is every young boy's dream, isn't it? This is the ultimate man cave that we're basically spending 24 hours of our lives in, and the racing is just keeping us very well entertained.
Well, I'm going to have to find ways of staying awake here, because I'm at a kind of interesting position here where my stint's not really long enough to get a good sleep, but it's long enough to have enough time to get me really tired. So it's going to be an interesting one. But I think as the race goes on into the night, we're really going to start to see some of the struggles and the fatigue really kicking in, and a lot of positions. I just want to know, that is good back marking there by Barracuda. They saw the cars behind, they got off the racing line, out of the way, and it's really good to see some of that. But yeah, I think some of the real fatigue, drivers maybe during the night stints, sleep during the day, it'll begin to show, and we could still see a result in the order. And just remember, it feels like we've been going for ages. We've still got over half the race to go.
I think that's it, because some of us started in terms of, trying to get here for 9:30. So a lot of us would have started about the sort of 6 o'clock in the morning sort of time to get here. Some even earlier than that. So it has been an incredibly long day for people, and it's still going strong. So I think there's going to be a lot of people who are going to be quite tired by, the next 5 minutes or so, never mind the next 2 or 3 hours. So you can definitely see who's trying to take it as far as they can possibly go, and who is actually really struggling on the tired factor. I'm slowly starting to struggle on the tired factor now, so in about 20 minutes or so I am really going to be tempted about that second KX, because I think I'm going to need it, to be fair.
I think I might need a bit 4, to be honest. And I'm going to be careful actually. Holding this mics for 3 hours. My arms are probably going to be shot by the time we get to my stint. I'm going to have nothing left, in the words of Ian Beale.
That's absolutely. Well, Virus282 has actually made a very good point on the chat. He's made a very good point at this juncture of the narrative. He said, "We need something to chat about. Need another question. I like this. Okay, so here's one that I've been thinking about, seeing as we're on a really good sim in a really good racing environment, and you know how we get a few games here with official racing licenses. So we've got like the MotoGP 2015, the F1 2015, and Dirt Rally is going to be, you know, the FIA World Rallycross and things like that. WRC5 is obviously theirs. So here's one. Which official race license needs a video game for a games console? Which one is missing one and needs one at the moment? So what championship do you feel needs an official racing game license? Well, there's a bit of lag going on with the two Astons on track, and I wonder what is actually happening with that at the moment. John Munro's rushed over to see how the two Astons are coping with it at the moment, Friction Racing and Downforce Racing. But yeah, the next question then is, which championship in motor racing needs an official video game? So there's one for you. I know we've got various different bits and pieces in terms of different championships that can be played on things like Forza or Project Cars or whatever, but what needs an official video game championship? Adam Weller comes straight in with Blancpain, please. So I'm just typing it on the chat from Downforce, their account. Oh, John Munro has news for us.
There was a bit of lag there on the server, but I was speaking to Tom and he seems a bit aggrieved about something, so I think we're lodging a protest against what happened there between Friction and ourselves. A bit of lag, so we didn't really see it, but it'd be interesting to see what the stewards make of it.
Okay, fair enough. So obviously we're at the point now where, you know, things like that can cause a bit of an issue. So yeah, there it is now on the thing. Which championship needs its own official video game? So Adam Weller says Blancpain, please. Radtech and Jonathan Provost and Virus 282 all say exactly the same thing. Whack, come on, whack. It needs to be the World Endurance Championship now. Do it, do it, do it. Ryan Ferris has put in an interesting debate, and so has Radtech. They both put in Formula E, which is obviously a very, very popular choice. And a lot of very, very cool stuff going on there with Formula E, of course. They are on both Forza 5 and 6, of course, Formula E. But it would be great to have the official circuits like the Punta del Estes and the Battersea Parks of this world and that sort of thing. So that'd be good. IMSA, a very interesting choice there from Jonathan Provost. Yes, that's a very good call. And Adam Weller has also said British touring cars, but there's well-documented licensing issues there. So, get it sorted. You know, slap each other around the face silly and actually get it together. Come on, we had Toka in 97 and 98. It can be done. Do it again. Pajamas 91, I think that's how I say it, has said tractor pulling. I would so play the tractor pulling official video game. That would be a huge laugh.
There's so many games that I would love to be. You know what I really want? I know it's not really, you know, difficult to officialize, but I've always since a kid now, it's very much a personal thing. I would love a sprint and hill climb video game.
That would be very cool. I mean, if you had,
you know, I mean, imagine driving all those, you know, hill climbing sprint cars that you'd never see on a normal circuit. I mean, like my OMS, for example, and even some of the kind of mark cars and the space frames and things. Imagine driving those interesting cars that you don't get on any other games on, you know, hill climbs around the UK. You know, it's got potential to be a whole load of fun, but it would be quite tricky to make a kind of fun, sustainable game. You know, it's more for the kind of hardcore time trailer kind of drivers.
You could kind of build in maybe a patch to something like Project Cars, though, surely, with all of the different machinery that's in Project Cars. Kind of bolt on a sprint hill climb thing. Now that would be an impressive one. We've had some interesting comments there. I mentioned Toka 2 when we were talking about British touring cars, and Radtech has gone, Toka 2 was amazing. Yes, we do know that, and it was absolutely fantastic. I'm still considering buying a Windows XP desktop just for the purposes of things like Toka 2.
Do you know what? I grew up with Toka 2, been born in 97, probably from age of 5 onwards I was playing Toka 2, and I actually bought the PS1 version only 3 years ago just so I could play it again, and I reinstalled it on my computer because it was such a good game.
Absolutely. The British Drift Championship, says Paul Day. That's not a bad idea. I think there's definitely a good community for that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's not... Obviously, you've got a lot of drifting and Need for Speed and stuff like that, but it's not really an official format. It's more just a bit of fun. But, you know, I reckon there's a real idea there. I think that's a really good shout by Paul Day. I mean, it's not something that I'm personally hugely interested in, but I think there's the market's there for a proper, you know, with the proper circuits they use for drifting in the UK, for proper cars they use. I think British Drift Championship, for those who are into drifting, is a great idea.
Virtual safety car on circuit, code 62, I'm afraid. So we have a virtual safety car. This may end up being another race stoppage, unfortunately, but we have now virtual safety car on track. So we think we have a crashed. It's the Mission Motorsport pod that has gone, unfortunately, so they've got technical difficulties there, and that means that we may end up with another red flag situation. That is not what we really wanted at this point in the narrative, but it kind of looks like that's what we've got, really. So with the number 1 car, the Aston Martin of Mission Motorsport, going down the pan, this could change things a little bit, but we'll carry on with some of your recommendations. Jonathan Provost says lawnmower racing. That could be done very easily. Radtech says drone racing.
Actually, lawnmower racing. I don't know, Jonathan, if you've played Toka Race Driver 3, but they actually had lawnmower racing as part of the. It was Honda lawnmowers. As part of the kind of Honda DLC, I believe it was. Yes, or it was unlockable, I think.
Yeah, see, I never managed to get this far to unlock that. It was very irritating. I never got to.
I could lie and say I got that far, but from memory, I probably used a cheat code.
Oh, you fool!
Absolutely. I mean, I was young and naive, Jay.
You're a cheater, you. Ryan Ferris says V8 supercars and IndyCar. Yes, because both of those are actually in Forza, but they don't have their own official title, and some of the tracks that make those championships what they are missing. And Jonathan Provost actually makes a very good point. Mazda Road to Indy and IndyCar in one title. Yeah, because MotoGP, we have Moto3, Moto2, and MotoGP, as well as the Red Bull Rookies Cup. That's all bolted into one game. So why can't we do that with things like Formula 1? Have F1, GP2, GP3. That would be a perfect game for me. Radtech has also mentioned Japan Super Formula. Well, it's not very well known. It's not actually very well known, but there was, on the original PlayStation, a Formula Nippon game. And you can actually start in karts, work your way up to Japanese Formula 3, and if you won Japanese Formula 3, you'd end up in Formula Nippon. It wasn't very good, unfortunately. It wasn't the greatest of games, but the concept was there.
I mean, talking about video games, I've always been a bit of a gamer. I've always been into my cars since I was at a young age, and it's always been a thought of mine. What would make the perfect racing game? And I've always thought, I know it's kind of some people might argue it's been done before, but it's never been done to what I would hope was real. A proper racing simulator with a career mode where you start as a young driver. It needs to have all the bits in between, like the cutscenes and interviews outside of the circuit and stuff like that. But basically, following the career of a young driver, you also get career modes in games, but a lot of them are too narrow. Like for example, if you play a career mode in Formula 1 game, it's just Formula 1. And obviously, the likes of Toka Race Driver 3 had a bit of a pyramid system. But I'd love a game with enough to make a proper career, a bit like Project Cars, but more realistic in terms of maybe you start as a young driver and you can do the UK Michelin Cup, or you start in Ginetta Juniors and then you work your way, but do a full proper season, as in the real licensed track with like instead of just doing like 2 rounds and 3 laps each, do proper things, and just basically a lot of it's to do with how you act off track as well, and you have to try and meetings with sponsorship and like really do like a proper in-depth career version of a racing game where eventually you can make it up to the top kind of series, whether that be World Endurance or so far. And I know someone might say, oh, you're just talking about Project Cars, but it's not kind of what I mean by that. It's hard to explain, but I think it needs more in-depth outside of actually on the circuit, because a lot of the interest comes from that.
Well, we've got some very friendly people on the YouTube chat at the moment, as we seem to have Simply Ace almost nudging Team Misfits around the circuit. Very amiable of the pair of them. But there's some very nice and generously hospitable people on the chat here who are talking about these Windows XP computers that they have for me. I don't think they're being quite truthful there. Computers are worth a lot of money. I'm aware of that. Virus282, I have one for you. It's an old Dell. Ryan Ferris says, run Windows 7 on compatibility mode, Jake. Ryan, I probably would if I knew and had the intelligence to make it work. I mean, one of the things I wish I still knew how to be able to do is to run the original Grand Prix 2 by Jeff Crammond on a modern computer. If I could learn how to do that with all of the mods that they still have for Grand Prix 2, I would be incredibly happy. I'm not intelligent enough to do that. I can't make Grand Prix 2 run on a modern laptop. It's not possible. I gave up on that dream a long time ago. If anybody wants to show me step for step in idiot speak exactly how to go ahead and do that, be my guest. I would be very, very happy for that. But I don't think anybody's got the time to speak. Let's not get into that one. Let's see, what else? Jonathan Provost, I remember the lawnmowers in Toka. Epic. It was very cool. Ryan Ferris also says Super GT. And Adam Weller's also said Supercar Challenge or Brick Car. Nothing like a bit of variety. If I win the lottery, I'm commissioning the ultimate GT racing game. and I'll only ever need one copy. It would be good to see, you know, all these different championships around the world have as many different circuits on it as is physically possible, and then all these different classes of racing car to go. Mind you, I think that's R Factor already, isn't it, really, if you actually look at it, because the mods people have done, that's pretty much the same thing as R Factor, really. Ryan Ferris tells me, I'll show you how to put Grand Prix 2 on a modern computer. It's very simple. Well, every time I've tried, it's not possible. So, I'm right, but you'd be talking to an idiot here. That's the problem. As Camera has written, Grand Prix 2 was a classic in its days. Don't be like that. It's a classic now. It's a classic now. I still love that game. Racing modern Formula 1 cars around a fictional Parisian street circuit. Very good fun. I love that. Paul Day, truck racing. Yes, we need the British Truck Racing Championship to have its own video game title. That would be absolutely epic, especially with the drivers that we've got in that series. You know, your likes of Matt Summerfield and Ricky Collett, Stuart Oliver and Dave Jenkins and all of these fantastic people that are dipping in and out of the sport. It would be absolutely sensational. And for those of you who like your truck racing, well, you should be listening to Downforce Radio this year, because we do have some truck racing this year, kick-starting with the first round of the championship at Brands Hatch on Easter weekend. We're there on the Saturday, Sunday and Monday at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit, just for you guys. We have all sorts of great racing this year, and that weekend is going to be one of them. My word, it'd be cool. Problem with R Factor is it's mods, Radtech says. They're not laser scanned tracks or cars, etc. It's true, but it's pretty close. It's all right. It's not bad, really. Well, maybe I'm not that much of a perfectionist. Maybe that's my problem. I don't know.
Yeah, with R Factor, I think in terms of, I remember being interviewed actually before I joined Downforce as a panelist and a kind of racing driver. I did an interview with Scott Woodruss on the racing game, having been a sim racer that had started real life racing, and we talked a lot about the different simulators. And you know, obviously you've got the example of iRacing and R Factor. I think in terms of an outright, you know, simulator, what is the best, most realistic, you know, absolutely ultimate thing, you got to say iRacing's up there. You know, it's, you pay a lot of money but you get a lot of things. But in terms of fun sim racing, value to money, R Factor is by far and away the best, because it's so cheap to buy. You can literally buy a disc now on Amazon for about £5, £6, and the mods are free to download off any website. And you know, I disagree. I think there is some dodgy mods, okay, and the graphics are a bit outdated, but if you're in the right, you know, if you're in a good race, it doesn't matter what the graphics are. You know, we raced in the Touring Pro Series on R Factor for a number of years after it went out of date, you know, even up till last year, and I think some people are still using it, and I still think for league racing it's one of the best platforms out there. The graphics are outdated, but it just doesn't matter. You know, I'd rather have bad graphics and great racing than super graphics and rubbish physics and rubbish racing.
So we've got a situation now where we're under red flags once again, so we will get that as much as is physically possible sorted. Mission Motorsport is missing at present. We also have an idea of Adam Weller, Legends, 3 wide at a virtual paddock hill bend. That's a very good idea. Oh, I've just been handed some popcorn chicken from KFC by Dan Blake. What an amazing man he has. Yes, I really like that. Apparently, we are going to have a restart in about 2 minutes or so. So there is time for a quick breather. So we'll take that quick commercial break opportunity. And when we come back, we should be back on the restart. We won't be long, folks. Back into the action nearly for the Thrustmaster 24 hours of Estoril here at Simply Race. We're under red flag conditions for the third time now after we lost the pod of Mission Motorsport. This is not exactly uncommon. There are red flags in 24-hour races in all forms of motorsport. And we are currently on our third for technical difficulties. But fortunately, we are going to do the best we can to get things going again as soon as is humanly possible. About 30 seconds, apparently, until we're back on the rolling lap once more from Simply Race, they tell us. And basically, the real reason we now know for the red flag, the problem was Mission Motorsport's pod did not like rejoining the race. It was to do with the adapted controls. It didn't want to speak to the computer. That's the reason why they fell out of the race temporarily. So now it is going to get back underway, apparently. Paul Day asks who's driving each car at the moment. Well, as far as we know, there haven't been any last-minute driver changes before the restart, and so it should be Ash Hall in the Mission Motorsport car, and yes, it is him. I can see from here. Louis Sauer is in the red shirt Porsche at the moment. Tom Brooks is still in the downforce Aston. Nick Grove for the fourth time, I think it is now, in the Storming Camel BMW. Grant Lyman in the Barracuda Porsche. Greg Edwards is in the 111 Ferrari. Sam Newland is in the Race Logic Ferrari. Then the Friction Aston is currently being piloted by David Robertson. Muffin is in the purple helmets machine. I'm guessing that's a nickname at this point, although at this point in the race, I wouldn't be so sure. 10th position, well, car number 10, sorry, the Misfits has Dane Oliver at the wheel. The Mangoes is Ryan Gibbs, and then Simply Ace has Bradley Philpott at the wheel at the moment. So there we are, and it's going very well for them at present. So John Monroe has rejoined after a little bit of a walkabout. Any news you can give us, John, about what's happening at the moment?
Yeah, well, I've been chatting away to our very own Tom Brooks, and we actually, the red flag couldn't have come at a better time for us in terms of luck, because Tom was one lap away from pitting. So it's actually saved us a bit of a pit stop. But the tricky thing is now, when we saw the server reset there, they might be sorting it so it's dry, but we saw a lot of heavy rain. So we'll need to wait and see what happens, but it could throw up a huge spanner into the strategy works. You know, if there's needed to be a pit stop for a change of tyres, you know, we need to start thinking on the ball about, you know, whether we do a driver change, what tyres we change to, and whether we fill up with fuel. I think the thing to do will be, I'm sure everyone will fill up with fuel as soon as they have a pit stop, just to try and minimise it. But I mean, the stint times could be changing about here, so you might actually need to hand over the reins to someone and get prepared to jump in at some point. Because I mean, Tom's only going to have 55 litres, and if the weather starts drying, it might not be too long before he needs to make a pit stop, and therefore we might need to take advantage of it. So, just to let you know, I'd keep an eye out. I'll try. I'm going to be. I'll be joining in the comms, and I'll try and keep an eye on Tom and make sure he's not. You know, if he's needing to pit, I'll try and make sure I know about it, and we can pass on information and stuff like that. So, it's all part of endurance racing.
Absolutely, the strategy has to be pretty sporadic throughout. Radtech has stated, Crash Fest time again? No. Well, we hope it's not. Simply Races actually apologised for the slightly longer delay than expected. The weather is not how it is meant to be. Going straight into a wet start is not what we were anticipating. So it looks as though we are going to be in a wet restart here this time. So unfortunately, during the red flags, we've had a bit of rain fall on Estoril. So that's going to be a really interesting start to proceedings now. So it looks as though we're going to have to be, you know, the red flags have come out at the right time for some, but for those who didn't want to drive in the wet at very nearly midnight, they're not going to have a lot of fun now, because it's definitely going to be quite wet at the moment. We've gone through the list of drivers who are in the cars at the moment, but I have a feeling a lot of them will spend a few laps on the wet tyres and then think, do you know what, I'm going to hand over to someone else. I can't deal with this, especially having been on the dries for as long as I have. It's too much of a change.
I think the wet weather is going to really help the guys with the experience on of course, this software and this you know, R-Factor 2 is a simulator, but B, guys in these pods before that have driven it know the feeling in the wet. It's going to really, you know, hammer on the advantage for those guys, and those guys who were inexperienced, as you say, you know, might just want to change as soon as possible. You know, we've got Tom in the car. He actually really likes the wet. His few laps of practice ended up being damp this morning. And you know, being a bit of a rally man, he's going to be quite good in the slippery stuff. So he's actually relishing. If it does rain, he's kind of relishing that. But you know, it's all part of the racing. It's going to advantage some people, disadvantage others. But at the end of the day, it'll all work out pretty fairly, and I'm sure, making sure you have the right driver in at the right time is all part of it, and having guys that suit the wet weather, it's all part of the team calls, really.
See, if it was a karting 24-hour race, as soon as it rains, send me out in it, because I'm quite heavy. I add weight to the kart, so it's all right. But it doesn't work like that in sim racing.
Well, I actually got told by a friend of mine, one of my teammates in the sim racing world, to watch. It was a Japanese animated program based on karting. I can't remember what it's called, but he told me to watch it simply because it's if you're. I was going to be doing. It was when I did the Henry Surtees challenge at Buckmore, and I'd never really karted before at all. So it was a bit. Definition of being thrown in the deep end when you're karting against the likes of Jack Aitken and Alexander Sims when you've never really karted before. And his forecast was for pouring rain, and of course it did end up raining. But he told me a few weeks before to watch this Japanese animated series. Based on go-karting, and it was following this young racer, and it came to the wet, and he was in a rubbish, slower kart, but it came to the wet, and he leant obviously out of the corners and put weight on each side to help him get the traction, and he was suddenly, he's really quick, and that's the best way to learn wet weather karting. So, but no, I think you'd be all right in any kind of karting, Jake. And I think you're gonna have a good stint, and I think you're gonna really enjoy it. And to be honest, I think Downforce have got a very good chance as long as we keep it together and don't panic and make sure, especially, you'll have your hour, and then hopefully we'll be able to knuckle it down. Like Piers is going to have a 2-hour stint, I'm going to have a 2-hour stint. I think so it's going to be myself, Piers, Scott Woodwis and Dan are all going to have big stints. So I think we've got a very realistic chance of making the podium, and that's got to be our aim as a team.
So we're nearly at the midnight mark, and we can actually see on our monitors the rain is absolutely chucking it down here at Estoril now, so it's going to be a very wet start indeed. And that could be very entertaining. Well, we certainly had a bit of a crash fest when the restart happened the first time we had a red flag, and it went to night time. We had an absolute, it was a stock car race really, wasn't it? It wasn't really a GT race at all. Now we could have dancing on ice with horsepower, the next restart. It could be very interesting indeed. I think Spa 98, and pray it's not going to be like that basically, because that's the weather conditions we're being presented with at the moment. Well, actually, no, I'd say it's probably more Spa 2000 at the moment than it is Spa 98.
You know what the issue are? If you look at the time, it's just ticked over midnight, so happy Sunday, everyone.
Yes.
The thing is, what they did earlier is, as you heard when me and Piers were taking it over earlier, they set there to be a chance of rain. I'm actually sorry, I'll bring you back. There's a driver's briefing. I'm going to go listen in and see what they say.
Good idea, John. The driver's briefing is going on, so the drivers are going to listen to that. I don't need to listen to that because I'm not really going to be a particularly cool driver to pick up on information like that. Simply Race has just announced the clouds have moved in, so maybe a wet restart after all. This is the thing, we are working with a realistic weather pattern for the area of Estoril, Portugal. So the rain is falling, and John, you have news.
Yeah, what I was saying a minute ago is the problem is, as me and Piers said earlier, they set a preset for the chance of rain at 12 o'clock, 4 a.m. and of course 12 tomorrow, or today it is now, noon. So when the race restarted, obviously it was set to the preset of chance of rain at midnight, and obviously we just struck midnight and it's pouring rain on the thing. So what they're going to do is they're going to start the race, hope it's dry, and if it ends up being wet, they're going to come round and ask each driver which tyres they want to start on. So I think that's a fair way of doing it. It means that either they could start everyone on the same tyre, or they could give the driver that bit of thinking to do, which it might be quite tricky because they won't know the conditions having not driven on it. But I guess it kind of takes a driver's opinion into consideration, so that'll be good. And if you really want to, you can start on a super soft.
This is disappointing to a certain degree for me because I still haven't done a single lap of this circuit in this car on these rigs in the dry, because my practice sessions were all a bit slippery in the early wet conditions of the practice at about 10:30, 11 o'clock this morning. So it was a very interesting position to be in, and I don't think I'm going to get any dry running in this 24-hour race by the look of it. I don't think the timing is going to come to me. But never mind, it looks as though we're going to get a very interesting start to the race. It's very baffling. When was the last time you came across a motor race where there's a 12-hour team, a 24-hour team, and one of the team's drivers hadn't even got in the car after the first 12 hours? Because we might be getting to that point now. I'm sitting here approaching 1 o'clock in the morning, and I still haven't had my first stint in the car yet. So that's really, everybody else has had at least one stint by now, but it hasn't worked out very well for me to get in the car yet. So it's fine though, because we've actually got ourselves into a very good position as a result of making that decision. So with John Munro doing the first stint of 2 hours, Piers Pryor doing a further 2 hours, and then Scott Wood was doing 2 and a bit hours, and now we've had Dan Blake doing very nearly 3 hours. And Tom Brooks is still in the car as we enter what is going to be his approaching the end of his second hour. But he's going to have a 55-litre fuel tank, so he's only going to be out there for another 17 laps or so. And then it will finally be my turn. But I'm really quite nervous now about what we're going to be greeted with when it is my turn to get in the car. So we're trying our best to understand what's going. Ryan Ferris has told us that anime that John was talking about a short while ago. The anime is known as Capeta. Follows the career of a boy who starts in karting and ends in Formula Nippon, apparently. So, well, it sounds my cup of tea, actually. I'd probably better watch that at some point on YouTube. I'm sure it's probably there somewhere. So we're looking at the Twitter feed at the moment to see if anybody has been chatting about anything particular. Lots of follows and lots of retweets. Hello to the likes of Big Mac Racing, to Callum Cripps, to Karen Blake, to Ollie as well, who's been enjoying watching the feed. He says, see you tomorrow for crashing and such like, Ollie. So Ollie has decided, obviously, that he's going to be coming along and viewing what we're doing at the moment. All of the teams at this moment in time are currently discussing tyre choice and strategy. We've kind of been caught out by these weather conditions suddenly hitting, so it might be appropriate to take another quick breather. We'll come back in a short while when we know a little bit more about what the current state of play is. We won't be gone too long this time, I promise.
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now?
Racing is about to get underway once again in the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Estoril with pouring rain around the circuit, and everything has been neutralised once again. Once the race has actually got underway for a couple of laps, the lap differences between the teams as they were at the last red flag will be added, so the first couple of laps are just getting themselves into a decent track position, but that is going to be a lot easier said than done now because it is pretty much torrential, the rain around the circuit. Most people, I would imagine, have gone for the full wet tyres, although some will probably have also decided to opt for the intermediates depending on how wet they believe it is. But we're about to go into a world of unknown quantities here as we wait for the green flag to go. The formation lap is over. Green flag, and we are racing. It's a good start for the Corvette at the front of the field, and already a good start from the purple helmets Ferrari as they move across to the middle of the circuit to cut off the Downforce Racing Aston. And it's a big lunge from Friction Racing to the inside line on the inside of the Corvette, and they tag the purple helmets Ferrari to the outside. Then Friction Aston is trying to go through on the inside of the Corvette. C7R up to the inside line, and there's contact, but they've managed to get through on the inside line. Brilliant overtaking there for Friction Racing, and there's a 3-car pile-up towards the back there. 3 cars in the wars are out of the back there, and one of them is the Misfits Corvette. So, Misfits Viper, sorry. It's a very difficult start at the main pack. It's not been quite as chaotic as before, but there definitely has been some confusion, and definitely has been a little bit of carnage as well. But incredibly, it is the Friction Aston that has taken the lead on the road.
Yeah, that's a really, really exciting start there. It's interesting to see how quickly the drivers are going to adapt to the wet conditions. Tom's doing a good job there in fourth. I think it was a great move down the inside by Friction Racing. Obviously taking a bit of a risk not knowing the grip levels. Of course, such a challenge for these drivers right now because not only, it's not as if the track's gradually got to this. They have literally been thrown in the pouring rain. No experience, a lot of these guys, on their tyres. They're guessing which tyre to jump on. They actually each team had to pick their tyre without having driven the surface, so it was completely, how much you wanted to gamble. I'm sure a few guys will be on inters, some will be on wet, some might even be on slicks, but I think that would probably be a mistake. So huge credit to these front guys for keeping it on the track.
And it's incredible stuff so far as the top 3 cars pull away and stretch out the advantage from the rest of the field here. The Downforce Aston in 4th place is really falling off the pace of these 3, but collectively getting well away from the others. Is that a little bit running wide there, or is that a little bit of lag? It's not quite clear at the moment. Now, out on the road, the Friction Aston is leading it, but we're going to start adding the lap times accumulatively in a bit, so it's going to actually be the Simply Ace Corvette that's going to be leading the way overall, with the Friction Aston Martin having effectively just unlapped themselves by one of the laps they were down by. So it's going to be really entertaining to see who is in position at the moment. The Friction Aston Martin, it has currently got Dave Robertson at the wheel, we believe, and it's still Bradley Philpott, as far as we can tell, in the Corvette, the Simply Ace Corvette. We're actually looking from the rear chase view of that car as we chase down the Friction Aston on the road. Now the lap times have been added, so you can see them as they currently are. Oh, apparently there is a different driver in there, so it's the Friction car is actually now being driven by Dean Prescott. It's Dean Prescott who's in the car at the moment, so apologies there. It is Dean Prescott who's in the Friction. Anthony Jordan was asking. Martin Newland has actually written in as well and stated, the only thing my brother Sam, who is racing for Race Logic, didn't want was rain. Well, sorry, that's exactly what you've got, sunshine. You're just going to have to breathe in, take a deep breath and deal with it. So that's what everybody is doing at the moment. The Friction Aston just going a little bit wide. Mind you, though, Dean Prescott is dealing with the wet weather conditions very, very capably in this point on the race. Bradley Philpott is not too far away from the apex as well. And both of these guys just continuing on and doing a very good and stable job at the moment.
Speaking of Dean Prescott, I first raced against Dean Prescott about 4 years ago in iRacing, and he's an incredibly consistent driver. And of course, when I was in for the very first stint of the race, it was also Dean that was running there. He is really confident in this circuit. Just some discussions going on about our team, but we have actually, we can reveal now that we've all started and no one can change. We went with inters for Tom because we're British and we like a bit of a risk. And Tom was feeling really comfortable with the risk. He wasn't worried about it at all, and he's doing a superb job. Says the tyres feel good, so as long as he keeps it on the road, I think that's what matters right now. Taking it nice and easy, keeping it on the road, and he's doing a fine job. But yeah, Dean Prescott, highly talented sim racer, obviously going well in the wet conditions. But just as we say that, the ever quick Bradley Philpott, obviously, maybe a bit more familiar with the simulator and these rainy conditions here at Simply Race, but showing his skill once again. That Simply Ace car, no matter what you throw at it, in what situation, it's always been the quickest car on the track.
Well, it is absolutely fantastic the way that these guys are battling out in the wet conditions. Just had some inside word actually from Roy Munro, Papa John, as it were, Papa of John.
He actually, it was great because he wanted to come and he needed an excuse, and thankfully I'm too young to hire a hire car, so we got the flight down. He has to be there to basically drive me around in the hire car, so it's brilliant because it gives him a reason. You know, I love having him here as just general support, and you know, but it's great to have him here because it means he can pop out, for example, and get Tom Brooks's Lemsit.
Yeah, in the words of Trigger from Only Fools and Horses, he comes the chauffeur. It's as simple as that, really. But yes, Tom Brooks has basically changed onto the intermediate tyres for this stint, and we hear from him that he really likes the tyres, and he's very confident with the grip that they're giving, which is good news for me. I think I'll stick with them then. If Tom likes them and his pace is pretty good at the moment, I'm going to stick with them as well. I think that's my option on that one. I'm just looking at the Mission Motorsport car at the moment. Amin Yaknikas has written, "Hello ladies, you feel me?" Well, no, I'm not that close to you. I don't think that's possible, really, from where I am at the moment. So no is the answer. Anthony Jordan chatting away with Phil Bradpot, apparently. Yeah, well, yes, I haven't called him that, but Phil the Bradpot is actually quite a good. That's quite a good nickname there, Phil the Bradpot or Pot the Bradphil.
Yeah, we couldn't really decide which one of the combinations, but they all sound pretty jazzy.
They all sound pretty good, really.
They all sound very British.
Yes, they do. They do.
Sorry, just I know you might have seen what Simply Race Control is, but we're also hearing rumours verbally as well that apart from the Ferrari of 111 Motorsport, I believe the majority of the rest of the field, we're just going to try and find out which tyres each car is on. We're on the intermediates downforce, and we thought we were taking a gamble, but it looks like the other teams are taking even more of a gamble, starting on slicks, a lot of them. We're just going to see here. Okay, so we've got a bit of a list here. Majority are going to be on slicks, but we've got Mission Motorsport have gone the intermediates. That's a sensible choice. It looks like Team Red Shirts have put on the full wet, so they're not wanting to take too many chances, which is absolutely understandable. We're obviously on intermediates at downforce. The 111 Motorsport Ferrari is on wets, but I believe a lot of the cars are on slicks, Jake, which is interesting, including Dean Prescott, we can see on screen, who's doing a phenomenal job so far.
Well, how on earth they're keeping that car on the black stuff when they're on the slick tyres, considering how heavy the rain is now starting to come down? They're doing a brilliant job.
Barracuda, sorry, have just informed us they're on the intermediate. So maybe it was maybe slightly inaccurate that most of the guys were on slicks, because everyone that's coming now with an update, there's a few more cars than we thought on inters and wets. But there's a range of all three tyres, which is the interesting thing.
It's good to see that there has been a little bit of a balance of opinion as to which is the right way to go on the strategy, and a lot of teams have done this, in a very, very different way. Coming into the wet weather conditions. This is the first time really we've had to deal with the wet weather tyres during this particular phase of the 24 hours, and it's all been pretty dry, bone dry all the way through. So now we've got a very different story, and staying on the road is going to be even more important than it was before. So maybe it's right that the way that the stars and planets have aligned, I've had to wait until we get to a wet phase of the race to actually make my debut on the 24-hour circuit, because then, everybody's tiptoeing around, so I'll be in exactly my universe. So that's absolutely fine and dandy. So we continue on. The race order is pretty much as it was before the red flag. Simply Ace from Friction Racing, Downforce Racing in third, Purple Helmets in fourth place, Misfits in fifth from Race Logic in sixth, the Mangoes Racing Porsche is seventh. As off the road goes the Storming Camel BMW, just behind 111 Ferrari in eighth, so Storming Camel in ninth place. Barracuda are 10th, Mission Motorsport are 11th in the Aston, and 12th place are the Team Red Shirts Porsches. So they are there in position. Simply Ace currently lapping on the 144 mark, so that's how slow the circuit is in comparison to what it was. It's about 12 seconds off what it was during the dry phase of the race, and that is just how much time is being lost by all at the moment. You can see the times to the left of your screen. Tom Brooks is on a 155.7 roughly at the moment, which is a good 10 seconds off Simply Ace and Friction Racing. The Purple Helmets are on 145s at the moment, so Tom must have had a bit of an off somewhere we didn't see. Either that, or he's just not that comfortable with the wet weather conditions. We'll just kind of have to play that one by ear and see what happens. I'll try not to dash away, leaving a completely empty commentary position, but it may get to the point where we need to quickly make a driver change. And it'll have to be me that takes over at that point, and that's a nervous prospect. Just outside the top six, Mangoes Racing and 111 Motorsport in the Ferrari. They are having a good battle for 7th position at the moment. The only two cars that are on the same lap as each other are still the Storming Camel BMW and the Barracuda Porsche. They are there in 9th and 10th position, still on the same racing lap, and that's going to be the closest battle in the race at present. Mission Motorsport 11th position, and Team Red Shirts are 7 laps behind them. 51 laps off the race leaders, Simply Ace. Now, it's worth bearing in mind we've definitely got a lot more in terms of tyre choices. Only only 6 teams have gone with any form of wet tyres. Everybody from Race Logic up to the Corvettes have done the slick tyre choice. So Race Logic have done it. So too have Friction Racing, the Purple Helmets, Misfits, and the Mangoes Racing, as well as Simply Ace. All of those teams have gone for dry tyres, while everybody else has either gone for intermediates or wet.
And to be honest, I'm just looking at Tom's tyre degradation and information. I believe the right call was indeed slicks, so I guess that comes down to experience with the simulator, knowing how much grip you can get off the slick tyres. Because
oh dear, no, sorry John.
Overshot,
yeah, that's an overshot in the pits there for the U Barracuda Porsche.
They're on inters.
They are on inters. They really struggle. I wonder if they realised actually, slicks is the better way to go here.
The reason I'm saying this is we're looking at Tom's tyre, even though it feels quite good, his front left is wearing a lot quicker than it should be, and also it's overheating, which would suggest that there's not enough water to be keeping the tyres cool. So it might end up being, you might need to get ready quite soon because it might be an early pit stop for some slicks.
Okay, I'll bear that in mind. John, in that case, you may need to take over from me. I'll get myself ready.
Great, so we think the best thing to do, instead of having Jake on the commentary here and then suddenly realise he needs to be in the race car, is swap over. We're gonna swap Jake Sanson for the mighty, I'm sure knackered and mighty, after his long stint, Dan Blake. So we're just watching the cars here. It looks like we're following the car in 12th position at the moment. The team red shirt's getting nicely out of the way for the purple helmets. It is still not quite getting the names at a click, but we're getting there. It's funny, Dan, because the track looks really wet as we see the red shirt's car go straight on. I believe they're on wets. Yeah, they are on wets. It's we're getting the lap times there. We've got the Simply Ace car wasn't a 46, but it's now down to 56, so I think the leaders might have had a spin there. Friction are on 150, Downforce 156. It seems like the slicks are the way to go, despite the track looking this wet, which is peculiar.
Yeah, it does, because we've got people like Mangoes Racing. They're very quick as well, and the last 152.9. Purple Helmets 51.1, and yeah, as you say, I wonder if the track will get even wetter to the point where they don't need to, but we'll see what happens.
It's just hearing as well, they were saying in testing, as we see the car go off again, they're really struggling in this wet conditions. We're getting a few mixed messages, to be quite honest, because although from what we were reading into tyres it looks like slicks were the right way to go in lap time, Race Control have just put a message on saying some drivers are finding it extra slippy and might be wanting to switch to wets. And I've also heard that in testing the other day they were saying, kind of contradictory to that the track needs to be super wet for inters and wets to become effective. So it's a really peculiar one. I mean, it must be very wet, because I know we were doing on intermediates the other day, when we were testing, and we were doing 41s, and obviously being down in the fastest car being in the low 50s, which suggests it's getting more and more wet. I might tell you what, if you could take over for just a minute, Dan, I'm going to go see if I can find out. Obviously, because we are part of the team, we need to try and help the team as much as possible. And being broadcasters, obviously, we can see what cars are doing and try and use it to our advantage. So I'm going to go and see what the best tyres are and try and give Tom a bit of a heads up. So I'll hand over to you for just a minute.
Thank you very much, John. So here we are, Simply Race, Estoril, Thrustmaster 24 hours. Just over 12 and 3/4 hours to go. We are very much nearing the halfway mark. And tyres really is the talking point at the moment. You see, there's a mixture of inters, wets and slicks. And it's interesting really to see that most of the cars at the top end have gone for slicks, and those lower down are taking a bit of a gamble on the inters. The only one really in the top 3 or 4 which has gone for anything other than the slick is Downforce Racing on those intermediates. And there was a car who just got off a track actually. That looks like the number 2. Is that the number 2? Yeah, Team Red Shirts again. As you see there on the replay, having a bit of an off. Downforce Racing, that's Tom Brooks coming across the start-finish line now to complete a lap of that for 1 minute 58.6 for Tom Brooks. And in those intermediates, and he's overshot the first corner and he's gone off into the gravel, and he's really struggling on these intermediates. Maybe full wets. As the the car of Race Logic, that's the one, Team Race Logic, go past Tom Brooks. Oh, it looks like we got a moment for one of the teams. We hear some gasps from the crowd. But Tom Brooks still going for Downforce Racing. Currently on the podium in 3rd place, Downforce Racing. Not a position that Downforce Racing, I think, thought they'd be. We only came for a bit of a, just to get a bit of a laugh, really, and to be involved in a 24-hour race. And it looks like we may actually be in contention for a trophy. A fantastic effort from my Downforce Racing teammates, and Tom Brooks making the most of it. Now looking at screen at Friction Racing in their Aston Martin, and it looks like they've overtaken Simply Ace in terms of on this restart, but Simply Ace have been just that in the previous racing we've seen, and it's them who lead by 2 laps, I think, now over Friction Racing. Track definitely a lot wetter, and there's a car slowing off. Oh no, it's a bit of lag. I thought it was Simply Ace having a moment there, but it is a lag there for them. So go on board with that Simply Ace car. Braking down, but that's Friction Racing ahead. Pushing a little bit wider, though I think that again may be the lag setting in here. Radtech is going to sleep. Now, thank you, Radtech, for your contributions to the stream, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow for the concluding part of this Simply Race 24 Thrustmaster 24-hour. Simply Ace all over the back of that Friction Racing Aston Martin. We can see on screen it's getting closer, but the weather definitely is getting worse out there. Simply Ace and Friction Racing, so at times they're doing 52.7 of 52.5, so Simply Ace about a couple of tenths quicker, and in fact going for a move down the inside there are Simply Ace, but they're going to push wide onto the grass, onto the dirt, and Friction Racing. So thank you very much. And Simply Ace are struggling a little bit, and it's the rough remembering Simply Ace are actually on slick tyres, as are Friction Racing, I believe. So we'll look at the Friction are on slicks, and that purple car behind them, which is the purple helmets in the Ferrari 458, also on slick tyres. Looking at the stream of the purple helmets now. Currently running in 4th place in this race, just off the podium. The car they're facing for that podium place at the moment is actually Downforce Racing in 3rd place, but they've gone off the track again. So all the cars seem to be really struggling for grip at the moment, as off we go purple helmets. Purple helmets down the pit straight. We have had 11 hours and 20 minutes of this race. And current leaders are still Simply Ace, with 2nd place Friction Racing, 3rd place is Downforce Racing, and in 4th place the car we're looking at the screen on a moment, which is the number 9 of purple helmets. At the bottom end of the top 10, you've got Storming Cameron in 9th. Barracuda in 10th. Mission Motorsport in 11th. And in 12th is Team Red Shirts. Team Misfits of the car in 5th place. So running out that top 5 is the Viper, the Orica Viper of Team Misfits. I think John's back now after helping out with a tyre situation.
Yeah, it's a really difficult one, to be honest, Dan. I was trying to get some information off Simply Ace. To be fair to them, I owe them a lot. They've been very helpful. Instead of, they could have easily said, "Oh, you're against us, so we're not going to help." But Mike Epps was giving me a bit of advice, and they're going in they're going in the slicks. It's difficult, it's slippy, but the wear on the inters is so bad on the wets. It's not actually the track isn't getting any worse, and the wear rate is so bad in the inters. I mean, Tom's worn almost halfway through his tyres. He's close to getting a puncture, so he's going to pit in this lap. I think he's in actually right now, and Jake Sanson is finally going to get his chance in the car. And I tell you what, it couldn't have been more difficult because he's jumping in for his first stint in the wet on slick tyres. So we're going to maybe up the traction control just a wee bit to prevent chances of a spin, because I mean even the most experienced driver would find it so easy to have a spin in these conditions. But hopefully Jake's going to have a great run. Good thing is we've got a couple laps over purple helmets, so we can afford to get used to the conditions. They're running really well in this, but then I think we'll be absolutely fine. The track should hopefully dry out, and slick seem to be the way to go. So that's Jake now strapping in. I'm sure we'll get a word with Tom soon.
Yeah, Tom Brooks, apologies for the stream. I hear there's some problems with the stream freezing again, so apologies for that. But Jake Sanson is, as he said, probably the last person in the building to do a stint, and he's going to step inside the Downforce Racing Aston Martin Vantage and get his stint underway. Tom Brooks will be over, I expect, shortly to tell us about his stint he's just had. Mixed conditions for Tom, but out on track at the moment, it is still looking at number 9 purple helmet scar, trying to close down on the aforementioned Downforce Racing team for that final place on the podium. But it looks like we've got a 3-car battle for that second, third and fourth, because we've got Friction Racing in second as well, and now Jake Sanson, it looks like Jake Sanson is out on the track aboard the Aston Martin.
Jake's actually in the car now, which is good. We'll see. I think it's going to be all about seeing if we can stay ahead of purple helmets. I do think we have a lap. Maybe I think we've only got one lap on them now. So it's going to be tough. Jake's got a really difficult task in front of him, but I'm sure he'll be absolutely fine. And obviously, there's still more than 12 hours to go, so we're not even halfway through yet. So it's a long race. We'll keep on going. Hopefully, Jake will run nice and consistently. Try and get used to the track. It's really tricky in the wet and the slicks, but if we can stay ahead of purple helmets, I think we'll have done a great job.
Yeah, exactly. A podium really would be special for the Downforce Racing team. A question on the YouTube chat from Jonathan Provost: will you be racing in the Coupe Cup this year, Dan? I am hoping to race in the Hyundai Coupe Cup again this year, moved over to Bark, so hopefully I can get out in the Coupe Cup this year, but obviously budget depending, and this is a good little warm-up act really for my season. We've got the media day / launch day at Rockingham on the 19th of March, 2 weeks from today, which I'll be attending, but I'm still not sure yet if I'm going to make the first race, but we'll have to see what happens with that. But I'm hoping to be out for that one. Cover Malia, good to see you guys on Thursday. Yeah, it's been quite an impressive day from Downforce. All the drivers now have been in the car, and third place is a great place to be. It's on the podium. Sandbag Sanson finally on the track. So let's see what Sandbag Sanson can do.
Tell you what, I was just watching Jake on his outlap. He's on slicks on the. He is doing a great job. I mean, I only saw the last few corners, but there was nothing. Trust me, there was nothing wrong with it whatsoever. So I think Jake, in terms of pace, he's going to be absolutely fine. You're watching him now, and it's such tricky conditions, but he's taking it nice and easily, dealing with it really well. I think we'll be just good.
Yeah, so on screen that is Jake Sandbag Sanson, and in the wet, maybe he was sandbagging, because he's he's doing what he's got to do, which is stay on the track and try not to lose as much time as possible.
It'll be very interesting to see what his lap times are. There's a bit of lag on the thing. Sorry, we're getting a shout there. I'm going to go find out what that shout was all about. But you're watching Jake now in the Downforce car, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is Jake Sanson driving that car, and as you can see, he's looking very strong apart from the lag. We'll keep an eye on his lap times, and I have, to be honest, I have full confidence in him. I think he's going to do a great job.
Yeah, the CEO of Downforce Radio, Jake Sanson, I know he's been looking forward to this. He's been on the sidelines at the Dan Rodden Karting Trophy and a few of the other events, decided that he's going to have a go this time, and Jake really is doing a great effort here. Clover Malia was trying to get us some more custard creams in the morning. We do like custard creams. We also like chocolate bourbons, jammy dodgers, all things like that. We like biscuits in the commentary box. So any biscuit donations will be very much appreciated by the team. So I've been up now for nearly 24 hours. I left my house at just after what time did I leave? I got up about 4 o'clock this morning in order to prepare and get ready to come down to Milton Keynes today. So it's been nearly 20. I've been up for nearly 21 hours now. So this Simply Race 24 hours Thrustmaster event, the Thrustmaster 24 hours of Estoril. Let me get it right. At Simply Race. Coming up to near the halfway point now. We've had 11 hours and 27 minutes. We see Jake Sanson taking the wet line there. Fantastic drive in there from Sanson to take the karting line round the outside. And he's got some good coaching. Obviously, he's got the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup driver John Munro helping him out. So he's got some expert help. And Jake really showing what he can do at the moment. Keeping that downforce racing car in third place, but Purple Helmets, interestingly enough, according to the timing, are now on the same lap as Downforce Racing, so we could actually have a race for third place shaping up pretty soon between Downforce and Purple Helmets. But one team which won't be having any races whatsoever at the moment is Simply Ace, who have pulled away, and they can afford to really coast it round at the moment. They can go at a snail's pace because they have a massive gap over Friction Racing at this point. Coming up towards the halfway point very shortly, and our race leaders, they see them on the screen, have a massive gap. That's team of Bradley Philpott, Michael Epps and Tinay. Simply Race Corvette. And they are now, see how far they are ahead. That's the Mission Motorsport car. Still running our friends from Mission Motorsport. Simply Ace have a 3-lap lead over Friction Racing. And Friction now have a 3-lap lead over Downforce Racing in third. And then on the same lap we got Purple Helmets. But then a further 4 laps back from them is Team Misfits in 5th place. That's a Dodge Viper. 6th place is Team Race Logic, the Ferrari 458. They're 11 laps down. 7th place, Mangoes Racing in their Porsche, 16 laps down. We're looking at Mangoes Racing now on the screen. 8th place, Triple One Motorsport Ferrari. And in 9th place is Barracuda.
That's the right pronunciation of that team. Correct.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I heard Pitbull in the week, and that is how I meant to pronounce it. Storming Camel 10th, and then BMW Z4. Mission Motorsport 11th, and their Aston Martin. And Team Red Shirts bringing up the 12-car field in their Porsche. And any news there from John on your little trip?
Not really, to be honest. I mean, obviously Jake's in the car. He's running, as you can see, absolutely fine. You know, his pace. He's only, if you look at the times there, Simply Ace 55, Friction 55, Jake's 57, Purple Helmet's 55. You know, he's right there. You know, absolutely no worries. I don't think. I mean, even if Purple Helmets right now have got a really quick driver in, if they close up on us, I don't think it's the end of the world at all, because you know, we've got some good. You know, Jake's running well, and then hopefully we'll get some good stints afterwards with kind of you and myself and Peters get some, hopefully try and get some gap on Purple Helmets afterwards, and Jake's, you know, I mean, Jake he's almost as fast as them anyway, so you know he can probably maintain the gap, and I think we've really got to hammer down and try and get that podium. So it's going to be a really exciting race. I mean, we're only half an hour away from halfway now. I say only. It feels like we've been racing for about 35 hours, but that's in no way a bad thing. You know, it's just been an amazing event, and it shows you, you know, 24-hour races. When you sit at home, you watch them. Sometimes you kind of watch a few, but then tune out for the night, watch in the morning, and it still feels really long. But you really know how long it is when you're setting up here, part of it. You know, you realise it feels like we've been doing a hell of a lot today, and we're not even halfway through the race yet. There's so much more can happen. It's not even coming to the end of the race yet. You know.
Yeah, we arrived here at Simply Race at about 9 o'clock this morning, so we have been here the best part of, we've been here a good 15, we got a crowd, we got a multi-car pile-up. The number 2 car, that is the Team Red Shirts, and it looked like nearly lucky there wasn't a collision as it came back on the track there with Triple One Motorsports, but yeah, there was another car involved in there. It was a multi-car accident, and unfortunately, another accident there, but it is really tough conditions, and I think the drivers, any of the drivers who are staying on the track, and some of them are just tippy-toeing. I think that Porsche really is struggling at the moment. The back end twitching out again there.
I think the problem with the Porsche, they might well be on the wrong tyres. I know they went for a wetter compound. You can't blame them for that because and he's going to run wide again. It might be lag, but it does look genuinely like no what you kept on the track. I don't want to give them. I don't want to criticise them when they're not actually off. So it looked like he kept on. It was just a bit of a lag there, but guys are running around there as we see the friction accident of Dean Prescott fly by. Dean's doing an amazing job in these conditions. Their friction are now about 3 laps ahead of downforce, so the battle's changed for the downforce Aston. It's gone from kind of trying to catch friction to being in the battle with the purple helmets. They've had a fantastic last hour and a half with all the restarts and the rain and stuff. I was just to say that they go sliding off in turn 1. So I mean, it's showing you how slippy the conditions are. The times aren't really improving as the leader goes off. Oh, he actually hits the Porsche on the grass. We can't. The lag does seem really bad at the moment. So we're not gonna. I don't think if anyone goes off, I don't think we can say they've actually gone off unless it's clear. But yeah, it's just really, really tricky for these guys right now. It looks. The funny thing is, it's slick weather in terms of the tires. I mean, Jake's out there in slicks. A lot of the guys are, but it just looks like it should be full wets, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. You see the rain tipping down here at Estoril, and rain in Portugal. Is he gone off though? I think he. I'm not sure.
He did that time.
Yeah, it's just so much lag, unfortunately, in the moment. But and that car we're looking at the moment is the number 2 car, which is Team Red Shirts, and yeah, definitely we apologise for these issues we're having at the moment. We're going to go down to the Aston Martin of Mission Motorsport, I think that is. We saw the 11th place car, and that is the number 5. That's Balakuda.
Just to let you know, I know I've said this a few times already, but if you just tuned in, the couple of confusions might be you're seeing a lot of cars going off right now. It's just literally over the last few minutes we've got a few lag issues in terms of what we're seeing on the screen is not what the drivers are seeing. They're not going off a lot, so we're just going to try and reset that here and sort that out in the server, which is good. I think it was actually because we might have been on replay, because I know on our factor if you're 20 seconds behind it sometimes makes the server lag a bit, so hopefully we'll get back in for you guys very soon, so just bear with us, and I think that'll sort out the lag. We'll wait and see though. And yeah, so that's one of the issues. The other thing is if you're expecting it to be dark, we had a few issues earlier on with a couple of pod crashes, and Simply Race tested all the machines before the event and they were absolutely fine, so it's just really a case of bad luck. But they had a couple of issues. I think there was on 2 occasions we had some pod crashes in the dark, so we thought the safest thing to do, instead of having lots of delays, we thought we'd just change it so that it's always light just to prevent the crashes. And to be fair, it seems to have worked so far. We've only had 1 restart since then. I think it was for a different issue. So that's if you're confused about the lighting and the cars kind of flying all over the place, it's just a few issues, but we should be sorting the lag soon. The race will, however, remain light throughout, but the time and distance still stays the same.
yeah, we'll still be doing 24 hours here at Estoril. I've got a quick drink a minute. And John, what do you predict for the next few minutes here with the weather?
Well, we're watching the leaders here. I'm just who is actually in the lead car right now? It's still Bradley Philpott, actually. I mean, we were hearing some shouting earlier. I think he was actually getting a bit frustrated because some of the back markers weren't really getting out of his way. So, Bradley's been great with us all through the broadcast, but he's obviously, in full racing mode at the moment. They've got a huge lead, but he's still, getting frustrated at back markers, and, it's such a racing driver kind of thing. And, it's showing you that there's still a lot of tension in there, and with over half the race to go, whatever's happened so far, just remember that is literally only not even halfway. So, we could see a lot more rain throughout the race. We don't know. The whole rest of the race might. It's likely to dry out. So when the dry begins to appear and begins to get wider and wider, I think really, really show who has the confidence to try and keep it on the dry line. And I think that's going to be a crucial part of the race. I know a lot of people might have tuned out and get some sleep by that point. I don't blame anyone watching for getting a bit of a nap, through the hours, because no matter how badly you want to have a watch the broadcast, obviously everyone needs their sleep, including all the commentators. It's going to be a commentary roles as Jake Sanson gets very close to the red shirts. He's going to go for an overtake here. So Sanson definitely proving his worth. I mean, it's exactly what Jonathan Provost said earlier. Jake's doing a great job, and you're absolutely spot on. He's rounding round. There's 6 laps. Purple helmet, so we still need to keep an eye on that. And the lap times, I think, purple helmets have actually got. Of course, as I keep saying, the names are getting a bit less serious. So it just says Muffin. Do we know who Muffin is, Dan?
I do not know who the Muffin Man is, unfortunately. But
No one knows the Muffin Man. So that's but all I do know is Muffin's quick. I'm not gonna lie. But I mean, Jake Sanson is very quick as well, so it's all good. I mean, you can probably see in the stream right now, because we are having those slight lag issues. You're being live streamed just to the Simply Race facilities. You can see there towards the right of your screen, you see a gentleman in a white shirt beside a man in a black shirt with a beard. That is, in case you didn't know, that is the pod being run by the leader Simply Ace. And on the right there is Michael Epps. Of course, the team hard driver started the race for the team and got them into a great position, and all 3 of them have been absolutely faultless. Bradley doing a fantastic job as well. So yeah, I mean, just really good performance from those guys. That is the pod that they're looking at, and all those bright lights in the background are the triple screen pods. And I think the furthest left you can see there's pod 2 of the, I believe pod 2 is Team Red Shirts, and to the right of that is our Downforce team, as we finally got the stream back, so that's good to see. So that was just kind of to give you some information on that. What I'll do is I'll give you a quick rundown before handing you back to Dan of every driver that's in each car at the moment. Mission Motorsport have, bearing in mind that some of these, some drivers might have been forgetting to update these now because everyone's gone to sleep. Ash Hall is apparently in the Mission Motorsport car, but if so, he's been in there for a long, long time, so that's a good stint for him, or it might be someone else. In red shirts, I'm just seeing Lewis, but I'm not reading the second name, and there's a smiley face in the end, so I'll just call him Lewis Happy. That sounds about right. Downforce, we've got the mighty Jake Sanson. It's not Sanson, it's Sanson, because he's a sandbagger. As we're finding out, I mean, all this joking, Dan, as well about Sanson being a sandbagger. I think it was begun by Ryan Ferris earlier on, and then I kind of followed it up with Sanson the sandbagger. I think it's actually true.
yeah, Jake's showing some great pace in the where. He's just doing what he has to do, keeping it on track and consolidating a 3rd place for his team. And I think if we can get onto the podium tomorrow at 1 o'clock, I think Jake will be extremely happy, as we all will. But with Jake being the CEO and the brainchild behind Downforce, I think he was immensely proud in the Dan Weldon karting trophy at the Autosport show. And I think to get a trophy for Downforce Radio, I think that really would put off for Jake.
We've definitely got our clear target now, I think, as a team, and the thing is to get a podium in only our 2nd ever race as a team would be fantastic, especially since we led this race earlier on 2 occasions. I mean, you led for a moment while they were sorting out the timing, and I led as well at the end of my stint. So we've both, we've led the race, and we also led the first karting race Downforce did at the Dan Weldon. So it's going really, really well for the team. And that was actually, it was a shame. We could have, if we'd stayed with the live feed to the Simply Race studio for a bit longer, you would have actually managed to see a driver change going on there, because just as we cut away, Bradley Philpott came into the pits, jumped out of the car, and I believe it's Michael Epps that's jumped in, so we're going to see some quick laps from those guys. I'm assuming they'll put it on the slick tyres, so we did miss a pit stop. There's still 3 laps out in front though, and that means that Downforce racing 5 laps down, Purple Helmet 6, Friction racing up in 2nd, 3 laps down, as Purple Helmets enter the pit lane now, so this is going to be interesting. They're slightly off cycle with Downforce. So that's going to be an interesting battle. Sorry, just to continue with listing the drivers for each team. In the Storm and Camel team right now is Carlo Turner. In Barracuda, it's Grant Lyman. The 111 car is currently being driven by Greg Edwards. Should also repeat, once again, don't know how accurate this is at the moment. But we're just going off. It's definitely drivers that have been in either just now or were just in previously. Race Logic have Sam Newland in, with Friction running the ever-consistent and quick Dean Prescott. I believe that's by Purple Helmet, so they did have the muffin, but the muffin's just come into the pits, so it could be a croissant that comes out, could be a bit of toast, we don't know, we'll find out soon. Misfits of Dane Oliver in the car, with the mangoes, it just says Ryan, someone got bored and tired, and Simply Ace, Mike Epps, so thank you Simply Ace, for changing your thing. As we see an overtake there, it's the Misfits going around the outside of Downforce, Jake getting nice space to the inside, he's going to pull back in, hopefully get his braking right. Oh, he's going to be a bit late. I'm not sure if that was a bit of lag. We kind of missed what happened there due to lag, but we're just hoping to see the 2 cars emerge facing the right way and on the circuit. And it looks like it, yeah. Good job by those guys there. So, yeah, that's all the drivers. I'll hand back to Dan now, and I will, if it's okay with you, Dan, I'll take a quick wander, see what's all happening. And if you need a drink or anything, also let me know and I'll get you something sorted.
Yeah, thank you, John. So we are ever getting closer to that 12-hour mark. We've got 12 hours and 20 minutes left here of the Thrustmaster, 24 hours of not Exeter. Although a race around the streets of Exeter would be quite entertaining, it is the Simply Race. It's the Thrustmaster 24 hours of Estoril at Simply Race. Got it right that time. Speaking of people who got it right, Simply Ace, as John was saying, have had it right all race so far. I've had the car that is the Corvette being driven by Michael Epps at the moment, which has the lead by a big distance of 3 laps to Friction Racing. Downforce Racing third. Purple Helmets were fourth. They come into the pits, they probably still will stay in place. But Purple Helmets in the pits, so that will be a bit of a good. Jake Sanderson will be happy to see that. The pits now, somebody's got a bit more of an advantage over the Purple Helmets who are now coming to the pits. Team Misfits in 5th, Team Race Logic in 6th, and I think Team Race Logic were a team that many people thought might be a little bit higher, but we never know what can happen. We're not even halfway through this race yet. We could see some of these teams make a bit of pardon me, a bit of a revival in the second half of the race.
We need to watch out for Misfits and Race Logic as contenders for even a podium in this race, because as we I was looking at the wrong stream there, looking at the overtake happening a lap ago, but I mean Misfits, they've had an incredibly interesting race, but pretty bizarre in fact. They've had some really quick stints. The Dodge Viper, we were speaking to one of the drivers earlier, and he was saying that it's such a low revving car and there's so much torque they can change really early, so the fuel consumption is brilliant as Jake goes too fast into that corner there. As long as he keeps it in a straight line, he won't lose too much time. That's well controlled. But there's another car ploughs off, so it's obviously still very wet, and you can see the rain pounding down here in Estoril. Maybe not quite as bad actually in Milton Keynes. I would probably argue that it's almost might even be warmer in Milton Keynes, but I highly doubt it. Yeah, I've even lost my train of thought. What was I saying there? I can't even remember. Something. Oh, I remember what it was now. Yeah, Misfits. They've had a couple of stints of drivers where there was a lot of mistakes. We were speaking as well to one of the drivers. I believe it was Cripps we were speaking to. Sorry if I butchered that pronunciation, but he was telling us about obviously his various incidents. If you remember from earlier on, the incident of the Viper flying, that was definitely a fascinating one, and then the one of the Viper reversing across the middle of the pit straight and Race Logic ploughing straight into him. I think you might have been out on track at that point. Did you miss that? That was the most dramatic moment of the race probably so far. So, the good thing is they've also got David Williams who's running really fast. So Misfits, if they get the right drivers in there, if maybe they're saving their best till last, they could really mount a charge for the top 3. And Race Logic, they're probably the most up and down team of the whole lot. They've got likes of Jesper Pedersen in there who's really good. They've got Julian Thomas, who's a multiple Fun Cup champion, incredible race driver as well. They've got a lot of really good talent in there. But they're just a bit up and down at the moment, so if they can sort the consistency for the next 12 hours, they could definitely still be contenders. It's a wide open race.
Yeah, he said about David Williams. I wasn't sure. Is that a David Williams from who used to race iRacing Grand Prix Series?
I believe it actually is. Yeah, I mean, I haven't. That's what I'm assuming. I mean, I might be wrong, but I tell you what. If he's still around just now, I might go and have a wee check to see if it is, because I'll recognise him if I see him. But I think we're going on the assumption that it is, because he's running really well when he is in the car. So yeah, of course, David Williams, regular top finisher, and for was it 3ID? A few years ago, teammates to I believe it was teammates to Hugo Luis, yeah. So they were a really top sim racing team, and he was getting some really good results. And then he of course did GT Academy and got to the final 3 of the UK. So that guy can drive, and I'll maybe, if you don't mind, I'll take a quick look and see if he's actually still up. I mean, he might, of course, be in bed, where a lot of the drivers are now. I believe Scott Woodward has gone for a snooze. In terms of our team, Pierce Pryor as well, whereas Tom Brooks is just cooling down after his stint. I would say we get him for an interview, but I mean, to be fair to him, his throat is so bad that it would probably be unfair on him to make him speak anymore. I think he probably just needs a good sleep, and he deserves one after a superb stint. So you've got Jake in the car, Tom Brooks just cooling down, and obviously myself and Dan here, Piers and Scott off getting some sleep. So hopefully they'll be fresh as a daisy for the next few stints.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. The Downforce Racing guys ready to fight towards the podium. It's going to be an interesting early hours of the morning for Downforce Racing. And there's a car in the wall there, that was Mission Motorsport. We just saw. I'm looking at the wrong stream again. what we're looking at on the stream is the number 6 triple one motorsport car. That's the Ferrari 458. Currently running down in. Let's see, they are down. They're not. They're lower down. They are in 8th place, and we have a pit stop as well. Team Race Logic in the pits, and they're Ferrari 458. So they're coming in from 6th place. And we see Jake Shanson gesticulating wildly from the race. Maybe a bit of or Jake. Gone over to have Jake. As we look at the number 10 Team Misfits, that's the 5th place car that we were talking about not very long ago, which currently, if this can be believed, is the car being driven by Dane Oliver still. So looks like Dane Oliver in that Misfits car. Speaking of the weather, I went outside about an hour ago, and there were little flakes of snow. They weren't very big, sort of that sleety, snowy stuff. So the weather in Milton Keynes, not that great. It's very chilly as well. So very similar maybe to what's like in Estoril, but I think it might be a little bit warmer in Estoril, to be fair. As Team Misfits, that's the leaders just in front of them in their Corvette. That is the team of Simply Ace. We've just gone past, and John back now, and we saw Jake gesticulating furiously. Was that a problem there for him?
You'd think so, but no. It was just trying to get someone's attention. Just the competitive soul in him, bless him, was just wondering how far ahead the Friction Boys were. So I kind of had to tell him, I'm afraid they've been running really well, and they've got a bit lucky with the I wouldn't say lucky. They just I think they just worked out with the restarts, and they've had some good drivers in. So they're about 3 laps ahead of us now. So the main focus is purple helmets, but the purple helmets were only just ahead of Jake on track. So we have almost a lap over purple helmets, and they were in the pits not that long. They were in that. Sorry, I should say they pitted not that long after Jake got in the car, and their fuel consumption is not actually as good as ours. So you can see them as a replay of them pitting there. So it means that basically. Sorry, I was looking at that. That's actually, it was Race Logic that were just in the pits. Misfits were in the pits not long after Jake, and their fuel consumption is not as good. Therefore, we're now that they've pitted, we're a lap ahead. That's actually the legitimate positions. So we're not a pit stop behind them. You know, as in we're not due a pit stop because our fuel consumption is so good.
Yeah, that's something that Downforce Racing seem to be able to maximise is the fuel over a run, and doing a great job, the boys, in getting that. And there's a car off of their Mission Motorsports Aston Martin. It looks like, or is that a little bit of lag again? But back on the track either way, and there was another car on the dirt. But we're now looking at that Mango's Racing Porsche. It looks like it is in 7th place.
I love the sound of the Porsche in this race. It really is fantastic. It's great to have every single car represented that could have been in this race. We're speaking to some of the guys. We were speaking to Misfits earlier. I asked them why they chose the car, and they said, to be fair, they didn't actually choose it. So Bradley Philpott and co chose it. But I guess that's just because they said they don't mind because all the cars are similar, and it's good to see that. People aren't just trying to cherry pick the best cars. Everyone's just going for whatever there is. And to be fair, the mod is brilliantly matched. I think it's really good. I mean, the Aston, for example, maybe understeers slightly more than the likes of the Ferrari, maybe not quite there in the 1 lap pace, but as you say, fuel consumption is really good because it's such a torquey engine. We can change, we're optimal changing point in the gears is about 8,000 RPM, whereas it can go up to 9,000. So we're actually saving a lot of fuel because we're shifting early because of the torque. Completely unrelated to that, I just wanted to give a shout out everyone who's still watching the stream. Massive congratulations, because to be still watching at 1 o'clock in the morning shows a lot of commitment. So it's great to have you guys still streaming live, and obviously you guys who are watching on the replay on YouTube. It's great to have you watching because it's a superb event. It really is, and I'd highly recommend you try and get involved in the future, as Team Misfits are in the pit lane.
Yeah, Team Misfits in the pits, which is the Dodge Viper, which was being driven, as we said earlier, by, that's the car, Dane Oliver. Well, wonder if Dane will still be in the car or if he will be switching over. And that was the car in 5th place. And it's like 2 cars off there. One of those is Jake Stanton for Downforce, having a little bit of an off with the BMW in sympathy. And that is Storming Camel, our 10th place runners. And they're only 1 lap behind Blalakuda for 9th place. So Storming Camel and Blalakuda could have a battle later on.
There's some really good battles throughout the field, to be honest. There's not a huge amount of laps. I mean, I think Mission are kind of struggling a bit at the back with Team Red Shirts, but to be fair, there's not that huge amount of difference between them either. So they'll have a battle at the back, and then from 10th upwards, I mean, looking at the results there, 9th to 10th, Barakuda and Storm and Camel. There's somewhere between 0 and 2 laps between them, because it's quite hard to tell. Because it's obviously showing us how far they are behind the leader. So there's the leaders at some point in the circuit between the two of them, so there's not much between them. 111 Motorsport, only 2 laps behind Mango's Racing, maybe even less. Then you've got Race Logic, only 2 laps behind Misfits in 5th. Purple Helmet's actually on the same lap as Downforce Racing for 3rd and 4th, and Friction only 2 laps further ahead, so it's unbelievably close, considering we've still got 12 hours 10 minutes to go. And the fact that there's cars in the same lap at this point means, you know, there's a lot of potential for some changes and some battles, especially as the track conditions change and we kind of enter into the real depths of the night. It's going to be interesting to see who can hack it, I guess, at this time of night.
Yeah, exactly. As we say, we're now coming up into 1 o'clock GMT, so 1 o'clock in the morning. People might start to get a little bit tired soon as we get into the early hours of the morning. A lot of sleeping bags and people thinking about bedtime, I think, here at Simply Race, and I can't blame them, to be honest. It might be a bit hard to get some sleep there, but as you see at places like Le Mans, when people want to get to sleep, they will find a way. So we could see that happening here at Simply Race. Looking at our race leaders at the moment, that is Simply Ace, being driven by Michael Epps, and Mission Motorsport off the track. It looks like they're going to have a little bit of an off, but easily recovered there for the Aston Martin. Back on the track. That costs 48 laps down on our leaders, but they're not currently running in last place. That is Team Red Shirts, who are 6 laps behind Mission Motorsport at the moment. So Mission Motorsport 11th, Team Red Shirts 12th, and it's, as John was saying, there's 24 laps between 10th place Storming Camel and Mission Motorsport, so a bit of a gap there, but the top 10 are separated by 24 laps. There's some good little battles shaping up all through the field really, with a few between there, and there's a move there from Jake Sanson on the Mission Motorsport Aston Martin. The Aston Martin brothers having a bit of an overtaking, so yes, good stuff going on here. Looking on board, I think, with that Mission Motorsport car. Yeah, we are Mission Motorsport across the gravel. BMW goes past them, but Mission Motorsport having a little bit of an off there.
Well, we're actually going to take a very quick commercial break, but we'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes. Well done to all you guys who stayed up, and please don't go anywhere, because we've still got some fascinating racing to happen through the night. If I was you, I'd maybe save my sleep till after the race, because this is absolutely superb stuff. We'll see you all soon. We need to sleep, but we need to do this. Just a sort of reset. we need, the problem is if I'm out there, Tom can't speak. Scotland goes away, so it's just yourself and Jake. So it might be a case of, or on his own, or if you do part with Jake, and then let Jake do his own for a bit, and then you can see that he can see after it, and Scott will hopefully be away. Scott's going to be out not that long after.
Got to jump all the way home tomorrow as well.
It might be a case of there's like no commentary. Depends who's what.
KFC shut now as well.
Oh no!
Just to warn you.
I won't be able to hang her too much longer because also need to get ready to take over from Jake. I'll do jump. I can lead for the next like 20 minutes or so if you want. I'll hold it. I tell you what, we could. You know what would be easier? If we leave that on the table and lead into that instead of holding it up there. We just have it like there, and we just talk like that, and then hold the microphone. Maybe just pass the microphone.
Yeah, I'll get a drink from my car.
Go for it. I'm fine with for as long as you need.
I don't think they pay that.
You've got loads.
Oh, well, you pay. No, stay up.
I need to. I tell you what, I'm quite glad. I'll be finished at about 3:40, so I'll be able to just sleep going that way. And I might be able to be ready if we need to do someone quick in the end or whatever.
Yeah. Is that your last stint then?
I should be, but then, well, if I do that, I'll have had I'll have had like 3.5 stints out of 4. So, yeah.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Estoril, hosted by Simply Race. What a race it's been so far. At the moment you're actually just seeing a live feed to the Simply Race studio, and you can see on your right there Bradley Philpott in the white shirt and the glasses really concentrating on what his teammate's doing. If we can catch that at some point, we might try and get a word with him, but I mean I'm sure the guys are concentrating really hard at the moment. We're just waiting for the server to sort itself out in terms of the visuals. Don't know if you want to have a very quick word with us, Tom. I know you're obviously very much under the weather and your voice is probably going to struggle with this, but quick chat about how your stint was.
Absolutely, yeah, no problem at all. Absolutely fantastic out there, I have to say. Really caught out by that red flag, though. It was actually quite an advantage for us, though, because I was coming towards the end of my first stint, and I had 2 laps left of fuel in the car. The tyres were running okay. The compound that we were running is actually very, very durable, or was during those conditions, and I was getting into a nice rhythm, setting sort of 1 minute 36, 1 minute 37 lap times, which wasn't too far off the pace at all compared to our other competitors, which I was quite happy with, and we weren't losing too much time compared to those in front of us and behind us especially as well. And then of course the red flag was thrown, as I say, with 2 laps left of fuel in the car, which was really good for us actually, because it allowed us essentially to get a free pit stop. So it really helps us in the sense that we didn't lose any time in the pits, and it was good in that sense. But yeah, caught out by the unfortunate weather conditions when we came back on, really.
Yeah, but just a quick thing on that weather condition. I think even though we gained probably, potentially a pit stop out of, our good fuel consumption, basically, us managing to do that one, we only had 1 lap of fuel left when the flag came out, so it worked out perfectly. But the problem was, I think our inexperience software kind of really came into account. The track looked horrendously wet. As a team, we picked intermediate tyres, and the guys who know what they're doing, have been here before, all jumped onto slicks, and then we of course had to come in soon after to change to slicks because the inters were
slower and wearing much heavier. So, you know, I think we lost a lot more with the tyre choice, and that just shows you how much experience of the software and that matters. Because I mean, we were both looking at it thinking, is it inters or wets, you know? And in the end of the day, it was probably slicks that was the right choice. So, you know, it does really show how much knowing the software matters.
Absolutely, yeah. It is just one of those things that happens, unfortunately. It's, you know, nothing that you can control. We took a gamble. Ultimately, it didn't pay off, unfortunately.
We thought we were gambling in terms of inters instead of wets, but it turned out to be the opposite way.
Yeah, absolutely. We thought, well, it really did look wet enough. 4 wet tyres out there, and we thought, oh no, we'll stick some inters on it in the hope that it brightens up. And I was driving around on the formation lap, I could see some blue sky appearing in the distance, and I thought, oh, okay, this is actually going to work out in our favour. But unfortunately, just after just a few laps, the inters were really burning up, and I was really struggling with a lot of understeer in the front of the car. The rears weren't too bad, but it really was just trying to find that initial bite to try and get the try and get the car to the apex. It was really quite difficult, and I was losing several seconds a lap.
You know, if you want to sit here, it's absolutely fine. But if your throat's too bad, I don't blame you for rushing off. It's totally up to you, and getting some sleep. So I'll leave it down to you to just do what you want. We're still looking at the Simply Race studio on the thing. We're just sorting out the server, but it looks like hopefully soon we'll be going back to the racing, and we should actually be back in the racing. So there might be a bit of an issue. It might just be because we're behind on the stream we're watching here. You know, we're about 30 seconds behind. So you guys might very shortly be able to see the cars on track. But I'm sure it won't be long before it's all sorted out. We can tell you what's happening on circuit because we've got another monitor here. Simply Ace are still leading right now. We're watching Friction Racing going down. Track still looks absolutely soaking, which is not good for me. I'm out next after Jake, and I was kind of hoping for a dry track, but it looks like it's going to be drying. Or well, at the moment it doesn't seem to be drying at all. We've got Simply Ace leading from the Aston Martin of Friction Racing. Downforce in 3rd place, holding their own on the podium, with Purple Helmet in 4th place. We've got Team Misfits in 5th, with Team Race Logic in 6th. Mango's Racing in 7th, Triple One Motorsport in 8th, Ooh Barracuda in 9th place, Storm and Camel 10th, 11th Mission Motorsport and 12th Team Redshirt. So we've got some really good news actually, because Jake Sanson, who was before the race started, kind of thinking he doesn't want to he doesn't want to drag the team down or anything like that. He doesn't want to get too tired. He's going to do 1 hour stint. Jake Sanson is going to go for a double stint, which I think is absolutely spot on. I think that's a great idea. And he's gonna double stint it. I tell you what, he's gonna be very tired if he's doing the commentary over my stint afterwards. But it's great for him to be able to get that double stint, and I think he's doing a really good job out there, and he's really used to the car and the conditions. You know, I think it's a great thing. What I'll do actually is if I can hand over to Tom, even with your sore throat, just for a minute, and I'll go have a quick chat with Jake and just see what the tyres are feeling like and stuff. Obviously. Being Downforce Racing team, we're in control of the coverage and the race, so all of us on the comms, as you will have noticed, are also driving, so we're kind of need to keep an eye as we watch the Mission Motorsport car plough into the Armco. I'll tell you what as well, Tom, before I hand over to you, I'll just leave you with this. If this race had no invulnerability, what chaos we would have with a damage model.
We probably have about 3 cars on track, and all of those would be absolutely ronnied, I hesitate to say. It's, yeah, very, very fortunate that we have got this invulnerability on us. So we are looking at the Mission Motorsport car on our screen. We are delighted to say that the street is now back up, and Mission Motorsport sitting there in 11th position. Not doing too badly. You can see there ahead of them is the Storming Camel BMW. So we're sitting next to their drivers, essentially. Their simulator, or their pod as it's called, is set up right next to us. And I believe they're going to be coming in this lap as well. You can see the spanner at the top end of your screen there as well, which indicates that they are going for a pit stop on this lap. So we'll keep an eye on that. Maybe they're going to go for a different set of slicks. Just talking to one of their drivers. Pretty fed up with the BMW, unfortunately. A bit of an off-the-cuff call by the sounds of things to go for that BMW Z4. And unfortunately, it's one gamble that certainly hasn't paid off, I'm afraid to say, as they really have been struggling with the car throughout the entirety of the race, and they do indeed come into the pits. So Storming Camel into the pits, Mission Motorsports then are, I believe, on the same lap as them. So we'll keep an eye on how things go there. But yeah, Storming Camel into the pit lane there, John, and we'll see whether that's going to be a driver change. Driver currently at the wheel is taking their headphones off. I think it's going to be a double stint for their current driver in the car, which is, forgive me, I'm just having a look at that, it's Carlo Turner at the moment. So Carlo Turner behind the wheel of that BMW Z4. Looks like he's going to stay out for another stint. A nice splash and dash stop, bit of fuel in the car. I don't think he took on any tyres though, which is really surprising. So really was in and out very, very quickly indeed. But yeah, back out on track is the BMW as we look at the Barracuda Porsche there. So was really struggling with grip actually during my stint. They seem to have sort of sorted themselves out a little bit more now though, but they really were struggling with grip, and their best lap to date has been a 49.8, as you can see there on your screen. However, in this wet session, it's been actually a 2-minute 2-second lap, which is right about a second off their nearest rival of 111 Motorsport in 8th place. Barracuda are currently in 9th. In comparison, out front at the moment, still Simply Ace on a 154.1.
Yeah, doing a superb job as they have been all race. Actually, having just spoken to Jake, I'll start with my mics out here. Having just spoken to Jake, he's really comfortable in the car at the moment. He's going to do a double stint. The one issue we've got is we'll let Tom escape for a minute because his throat is absolutely killing him. Credit where credit's due, he's doing a superb job. Really struggling. You might have heard in the background coughing away there. I don't know how you're even still up. If I was you, I would be away sleeping by now. You deserve a sleep. If you want to go sleep, I'm absolutely fine on my own until Jake's done. I'm absolutely fine. Just so you know. So we're going to keep on going here. Great job. The guys who actually stayed up and watching it. The problem is Tom may want to get some sleep, but he's probably down to about 3 cans of Red Bull, so he might struggle a wee bit. But we're going to keep on going. The Monster Energy, I'm not usually a fan of this stuff, but it'll keep us going for now. So Jake's obviously had a slight off in the last lap. He, actually, when I went to speak to him, I slightly distracted him, probably went straight on in turn 1, but not too bad. He only lost a couple of seconds, and he's feeling really comfortable there, so he's going to get his double stint in, which is really good. He deserves a lot of the, he deserves the track time, as he's obviously the last of the drivers. He's kind of lost out a bit on track time so far, so it'd be good for him to make that up. Does mean we'll be up a bit later. I'll probably be running now till about 4:30 instead of 3:30, and after the flight yesterday and not much sleep, it's definitely going to be an interesting stint. For us. So we're looking at the results now. We've got Simply Ace still leading from Friction Racing. Obviously, with the laps between the cars, it's very rare for position changes now, so it's more about the lap times and the lap changes differences between the cars. If we can have another quick word with Darren Kirk. We spoke to him before his last stint. He went out and did an absolutely solid job, and you guys have definitely got the hammer down, and our worry now is purple helmets instead of you. So, how was that for you? You seem to be going really well.
Yeah, I had a really good stint, but what you probably didn't see is when I came into the pit lane, I hit the pit speed limiter button twice, and I got a drive-through penalty, so instantly...
Considering you've had a drive-through, you're doing a bloody good job to increase the gap, so much. And obviously, we saw an incident on the TVs earlier, which was just a bit of lag. It was a difficult one, and then I think a protest was lodged. But then we realised that it was just the lag on the server. The cars were nowhere near each other, but on the game, it looked like they'd made contact. So it was just one of those things, and that was a bit of a hectic moment. So it shows that it's tough for the drivers with a bit of the lag now. But thankfully, the server seems to be reasonably calm at the moment.
I mean, I've just tried to get my head down for the last sort of hour, which hasn't really worked, so now I'm awake. Got on the car for a little while, so I'm not sure who's the next. Dean is doing a fantastic job at the moment. He's actually, you can see on there, he's lapping quicker than Simply Ace. But
he's doing superb. Like we mentioned that at the restart when it started raining. He was on slick straight into turn 1, into the lead, and he's been flawless since then.
He has a huge amount of experience. Not really with R-Factor. Neither of us. I mean, I've learned a lot with R-Factor recently, helping Ben out here. But yeah, Dean, we said, come on down. He's coming all the way down from Wigan. Yeah, and he's absolutely bossing it. Calm as a cucumber as well, which is
just done a 153.9. Simply Ace have also done a great lap of 153.5, so the guys are getting really competitive now. Jake Sanson holding his own on a 159 on that time. Purple helmet's 156, so I mean, if Jake's losing about 3 seconds to the car behind, we should hopefully hold on to that position for a while. And Jake's of course doing a double stint now, so it'll be really good. He's going to be comfortable in these conditions. But obviously, Darren, I was telling everyone earlier on the stream, it's amazing what kind of communities and who you bump into, because I remember my first ever sim racing league I ever entered was because a private lobby I entered, and you told me to go over to Apex Racing League and join it, and that's how I got into sim racing there, and then that went on to me real life racing. So technically I've got probably you to thank for me even being real life racing or being here today. And then of course, just by chance, obviously I won the race logic competition at Autosport and ended up at VBox, and you happened to be working there, I had no idea. But it's amazing how, like, a small community like that, you know, it's amazing how when so many people are interested, they can pass on the word and get other people interested. And, you know, as I was saying, if it wasn't for you telling me about the league and spreading the word, which is why we always try and promote the online sim racing leagues such as this kind of thing, you know, I probably wouldn't be here sitting here today.
Well, one of the things I was amazed with, and I reached out to R Factor 2 and asked them what we could do with these hand controls to get mission into this race. There's a chap, Glenn Sidman from Simability.
He's actually been watching our stream a wee bit in the comments, so if you're still watching, Glenn, although actually you are in America, so I guess you've probably got less kudos if you are watching, because the time zones will give you a bit less credit than our British compatriots who are still up at 1:15 in the morning. But yeah, he's been watching the stream and obviously did, as you were saying, a great job preparing the hand controls.
Glenn to ship them across for us. We've got them onto one of the steering wheels here, and Leo Bodner also helped us get it all wired in at last minute, which was fantastic for them. But yeah, the amount of people that have helped out for this, even people like Brad and just testing. I've been here a lot recently, and Ben's worked so hard for this event. I'm really pleased with how it's going. Just the event in general. I mean, we've had a few issues, but nothing.
That's the thing.
I mean, endurance race, you can't. But we are using equipment, so yeah, so it's really interesting. And I mean, we've got 11 hours and 49 minutes to go. Is that halfway? Oh.
We're officially past halfway. I'm not sure if we mentioned that, but seem to bypass. We are now halfway through the race, which is great stuff. Just before we continue our chat here, I was just mentioning Jake Sanson really is he's gone for slightly too soft a compound, and he's really struggling with wear. So I think he's going to do a slightly early stop, and then hopefully put on a harder compound tyre and see if he can go a bit longer in the next one. So a slightly early stop from downforce might affect our strategy slightly, because we'll maybe lose a pit stop on the team behind us. Well, actually no, we are actually fourth now. We're behind Purple Helmet, so maybe we were in the pits, or maybe the Purple Helmets have just been putting in the good laps. But either way, Jake's been in the pits. I think he's actually been in already. So that's a change of position. Purple Helmet's up to third, and Downforce Racing off the podium position. So they'll be working hard to get that back, and Jake will be determined, I'm sure. But to continue our discussion, I mean, the other thing I find amazing about the sim racing community is there's so many different community. I mean, you know, a lot of people from the outside think it's a small world, and it is quite a small world. But within that small world, there's so many different types of software, so many different games, different places, different communities, such as, you know, obviously the Apex Racing League, and then I joined the Touring Pro Series, and we're all in different software. But at the same time, we can all come together in an event like this. Everyone has great racing and gets on well, and people can kind of switch between them, and everyone kind of gets to know each other. It's a really strong community. I mean, I live up in the north of Scotland. A lot of you guys are based down south of England, some in north of England, some in Wales, some in Ireland, but everyone kind of seems to know each other. I mean, like, we've met on more than one occasion simply through sim racing. So it's actually, you know, it's not just an online hobby, it's actually something that translates into real life as well.
Yeah, I mean, Ben has opened up a fantastic centre here. I'm lucky. I live sort of 10 minutes away. I won't be going home though, I don't think. As tempting as it is. The team helmets, they're regulars at the circuit here. Team Misfits, Williams is on an iRace and drives Sequanda Simsport.
Just check, sorry, we were waiting confirmation as the Misfits cars had a problem. Speaking of David Williams, that is his team. I'm not sure. Was our car a hit? Okay, that's not good. At the moment in Misfits is Andy Fellows. Is the downforce car off? Are we okay?
Yeah, it looked like you tagged the back of Misfits.
We'll gloss over that then. We'll just we'll just pretend. Okay, that's fine then. We might be getting lodged a protest against here, but we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see how it goes. I think, to be fair, we haven't actually had a penalty yet in this race, so that would be a turn up for the books. But what was it? I can't even remember what I was talking about before. Just, you know, the way that the community comes together. I mean, there's so many people here that I would never have met if it wasn't for, you know, it gets in sim racing. You meet the people in real life, not only online, and it's just a fantastic kind of place to be.
Yeah, definitely. As I said, quite a lot of the groups here are guys that I see week in, week out. A touring car series that we've got here, and we're also doing a series. We'll be broadcasting those as well. We've been working hard trying to get the broadcasts all sorted out, and yeah, we've had a few little glitches here and there, but I think we're definitely getting there. And I mean, I'm looking around, I think there's still got to be about 30, 40 people here, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, this is, bearing in mind, if you're not in the UK, we are now at 1:20 in the morning, and there's still a huge buzz about the place. I mean, it could be the middle of the day for all we know.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, the car park's still rammed. We caused a traffic jam yesterday in for the KFC, just for people with practice. It's really busy, so yeah, fantastic event. There's another chap that I can see just in the corner of my eye, Jesper Pedersen. He was flown in by Race Logic to drive for them because he was in the same competition that you were, and because Jesper didn't have an ARDS license at the time, they organised for him to come over here. We took him go-karting yesterday. He destroyed us by about 2 seconds a lap on a track he'd never been to.
Of course, you guys know Jesper from the Apex Racing League, and even myself and Jesper, obviously, as you were saying, the Autosport show, we had a great battle on that thing, and I ended up getting the V-Box because I had the ARDS license at the time, but I think Jesper, it was very close then. I'm not sure who ended up getting the faster time, but he's obviously an incredible sim racer.
Yeah, definitely. He is one of. I think he has got iRacing Blanc playing World Championship license for Apex Racing UK, my team. Obviously, I'm here racing with Friction today. So he'll be doing that. I'm sure they'll do really well. They
Just
tend to well prepared, and it's good to see him here. I've obviously met him a few times now, and he knows Dean and a couple of the others, so it's always good.
Just to check, are you involved with the, obviously, Apex Racing? When I started out racing with you guys, it was Apex Racing League. And then, of course, the team started. Alex Simpson kind of at the forefront with Andrew Woodhouse, created Apex Racing UK, and it's developed into, even in the last few weeks, they've released some Apex Racing 2.0, Apex Academy 2.0. I don't know how involved with that you are, but if you are involved, tell us a bit about that, because I've been watching some of the videos, and Alex, who's making them, is doing a superb job trying to help a whole lot of sim racers achieve what they want to achieve from it.
Yeah, definitely. I was involved with setting up Apex Racing UK as well. Just sort of not really lost interest, but they were very focused on Formula 1, and they're doing a fantastic job this year. You can they've got 8 drivers in there, and I wanted to sort of go and sort of look for a new thing. So obviously I've been helping out here instead. I'm driving with Friction Racing at the moment, so if any of the guys are still up and watching, mainly more GT racing. That's more. I think I'm a bit better than that at that rather than any single seater stuff. But yeah, with the academy, obviously a fantastic idea. Trying to promote and get more people up to a sort of a high level. They've had some great successes. People like Sebastian Job. I think he came second in the last World Championship race. They had one today. I have no idea how they went.
We're very busy, I guess.
Yeah, but yeah, they're brilliant. Yeah, can't really complain.
For those who don't know, if you're a keen iRacer and you haven't heard of the Apex Racing, I really strongly suggest you go take a look at the Apex Racing Facebook page and YouTube channel. At the Apex, I believe it's just called Apex Academy 2.0 or Apex Racing Academy 2.0. And you'll find it's going to be a 4-part series, and there's only the first 2 parts have been released now. They're about 15 minutes long each, but it's really, really good advice from Alex Simpson, who has been there firsthand. He's a pro iRacing driver, he's a World Championship driver, he's won races in the Pro Series, he's actually, I believe he's leading the officially sanctioned IndyCar Championship at the moment, or he's won races in it at least.
He did really well in the Rose Series. He got a few wins in that, and they had some proper real-life IndyCar drivers.
I was watching the coverage of that, and they had I'm trying to think of what pro drivers it was, but it was some of the guys who are racing now. There's a few current top-level IndyCar drivers racing in that series. I think it was Pagano. Yeah, that's the one. It's officially sanctioned by IndyCar, and Simon Pagano was racing in it. But yeah, sorry, I'm going to quickly hand over just to Dan Blake for a second, because I'm going to have to go and find out what Jake's situation is, being the next car in. So I will hand over to Dan for just a minute, and also we've been speaking here with Darren Kirk. I'm not sure if he's, if you want to hang around, absolutely feel free, and if not, on you can go. He's just going to go and grab a drink. So thanks very much for speaking to us again, Darren, and best of luck with your next stint. Dan's joined us again. Any news from the Downforce camp?
No news as such at the moment, but for those who wanted to, I have the iRacing Grand Prix result. It was a 1-2-3 for Team Redline. Gregor Hutu taking victory there. So sorry if you haven't watched it yet, but yeah, Gregor Hutu wins this one. Yeah, anyone who is up watching this at 1:25, fair play to you. Certainly an interesting thing. Jake very happy that I think Jake's very happy with the time he's on now. could hear him scream, well, literally screaming, but he was very happy.
I spoke to him, and he's changed to the harder compound tyre. The soft ones were wearing far too quick, so we made a bit of an error there, not going to them originally. But I mean, it's the kind of things you learn as you go along. There's no way you can predict that. He's put on the harder compound tyre, which is what I started on the first stint. But then since then, Piers found that the softer compound actually did last the full stint. So Jake's gone for the harder compound in the wet, and it's much more grip. He's really happy with the tyres. He's got about 80 litres out of the 90 he started with, so he's got probably another 50 minutes or so left in the car, 55 minutes. So it's just time for him to get the head down and concentrate. I mean, looking at the lap times right now, Purple Hat's ahead did a 58.3, Jake's on a 59.3, and the car behind's on a 2:01, car behind that's a 2:10, so he's right there on the pace. Can't kind of comprehend how impressed I am with his performance. Just want to give a shout out to Jonathan Provost, who's still watching. He's saying he's working while watching. Huge kudos to you for watching. He's also said brilliant race so far, awesome job by the Downforce team and Simply Race for the flawless organisation. I couldn't agree more. The organisation has been incredible. Ben Turner, founder of Simply Race, has done a superb job all race, and all the guys working on race control, as I'm sure you can see the updates coming in live from them too. So thank you very much for staying up and watching. I hope you continue to enjoy the race, and I'm sure you'll be very tired tomorrow if you do. As we see the V-Box car, Race Logic, just touching the grass, going for a spin. We've kind of been talking about lots of different things. Obviously, in a 24-hour race, you can't always be looking exactly what's going on track, but we managed to catch there. Unfortunately for the Race Logic team, it was Chris Worley in the car, and he's had a bit of a half spin there as he gets lapped by the race leader. So these things, it's got to the stage now where drivers can have a spin. It's not going to majorly affect their position. It'll affect their time, maybe their confidence, but it's a long game at the moment, really. If you have a spin, it's not the end of the world. It's, as long as you are comfortable with the car, that's what matters.
And it looks like Jake's actually gone back up to third place. Has there been a pit stop for Purple Helmets? Tom Britt's coming over now as well.
Yes, indeed, we have just pitted. Well, no, I tell a lie. Purple Helmets have just pitted, yes, they've just come out the pit lane, and we are ahead. We're back into third place. I think they overshot their pit box.
We're not biased at all, so we shouldn't be celebrating.
No. But we are now back into third, but we'll wait and see how we go, because they've, of course, got fresher rubber by a few laps. And I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, so Lee Connell's in. So there we are. We'll wait and see how we go with that regarding pace-wise. So wait and see how we go. So we're joined by one of the Purple Helmets team members here. So wasn't an ideal pit stop for you there, was it?
Well, it's not too bad. We knew we were going to drop back down to fourth, but we gained loads of time through that wet session with Will there driving. That's awesome drive. So we gained over a lap just from that his session there, which was only an hour long, so he did an awesome drive.
So, yeah, the race really is on for the podium now, isn't it?
Yeah, we didn't think so early on, but only halfway to go, so we can hopefully get right up there now. So.
Obviously, you guys were kind of a couple of laps behind Downforce Racing. Obviously, all of us racing for Downforce, so we were kind of getting a bit worried looking behind us, and you guys have managed to close the gap. And the battle was between second and third for Downforce and Friction, but now you guys have really put the pressure on us, and it's going to be down to our drivers to see how we can get on. And obviously, the race is only halfway through, so there's a huge amount to go. Jake's, I'm going to have to run off and see what Jake's raving about, but I'll let you continue speaking.
There we are. Dear oh dear, you can tell times are tense here. Definitely tense because they don't. I know, they left me alone with a microphone. I haven't got any voice left. That's the worst. I don't know what they were thinking there, to be honest with you, but there we are. Looking at the Simply Ace car now, by the way, which is comfortably out in front. Fantastic. Thank you very much to the Purple Helmets for coming to chat to us about that. But they are in fourth position, but they're pretty comfortable with their pace, so it does look like they will retake third from Downforce Radio Racing at the moment. You can see there the Mission Motorsport car on track. They've had a bit of a dog day of it, unfortunately. A lot of bad luck not going their way at all, are things really. And you can see there the Race Logic Ferrari currently in sixth position, just looking to get another lap on the Aston Martin. Trying up the inside, down the main straight and in towards turn one. Should be clean as you like, and indeed it is. Meanwhile, there's another team who have had something of a difficult race. Very fed up with that BMW Z4. They are now a Storming Camel down in 10th place. Quite a few laps down and quite a few seconds off the pace. And you can see they're really struggling with this car. They were struggling with it in the dry, and they are really struggling with it now in these wet conditions. Similarly, Barracuda, they are having a bit of a dog day of it, unfortunately. things not going their way at all. So we'll wait and see what the strategy is going to be for Downforce Radio. Glad to be welcomed along to with Callum again. Hi Callum, how you doing?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
Too bad at all. How things have been going for you recently? Always we've got 111 Motorsport going straight off the track and into the scenery. But how things been going for you as of late?
Very well. We just had Dane in the car. And he's brilliant in the wet. He's really, really unbelievably smooth. So he's held all the slides that happened. There we are now. So yeah, it's been going really well. So we've just got Andrew in the car now. He's doing really well on fuel at the moment. He's been going for way over half an hour, but we've still got loads and loads of fuel left. So we'll just run it till it's dry, basically, and then go from there.
You guys had a bit of an unfortunate incident involving an Aston Martin a few laps ago, from what I saw on screen as well.
Yes, yeah, that wasn't obviously planned, but things happen. You know, we've had a fly into the pit wall this afternoon and everything, so it's been well, yesterday, let's say now. But yeah, it's been cool. So.
Wow, fantastic. I mean, did these weather conditions sort of catch you off guard? I mean, we knew we were expecting a bit of rain, but we didn't really know when it would happen.
Yeah, it was better now that we had the red flag and everybody knew that you know, we were going into wet, and we had a race start. We span out at the beginning, so we had to climb our way back up. But yeah, it was kind of good not to be stuck in the traffic as well, so we could get some clean laps in. But yeah, it's you know, it's mad.
It's not bad at all, is it? It's fantastic. Brilliant. Well, we'll let you get on because I'm sure you're a busy lad. So feel free to feel free to sit here and watch the racing if you really like to. It's great to keep an eye on things up here at. I suppose it's not race control, is it? But you get what I mean. You get where I'm coming from. But yeah, on board now with that Team Misfits Dodge Viper, sitting just behind the Ferrari there. He says, looking at his crib sheet. It is indeed the 111 Motorsport car. They were just in the gravel a couple of moments ago, weren't they? But yeah, sitting there quite nicely in position. And you can see the BMW Z4 once again. They've had a bit of a dog day of it so far, haven't they?
They have. It's been a shame for them, really. I've really wanted to, you know, have a go in that car as well, because it really looks like an awesome piece of kit. But yeah, it just seems that car doesn't seem to suit this circuit, perhaps. But also go for a lunge down the inside of the. Was that the BMW? I believe it was. Yeah, there we go. And then yeah, so we had a lunge down, but the BMW got back through. So yeah, hopefully we'll get past these two cars pretty quick, and Andrew can crack on. But yeah, it's doing a great job.
Well, things going all right now. 78, so you can see it there with the ticker tape at the top of your screen saying 95 laps. That's not the total amount of laps completed. Otherwise, oh, what are we driving backwards? No, there's far more laps than that have been completed. But due to a couple of server issues that we've had to restart, and the lap counter isn't giving its true reading. But you can see there the Team Misfits Dodge Viper. It's been in the wars today, but it does look very good at those camera angles.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. Even the driver's got the painted helmet and everything. It's absolutely wicked.
Professional, like you wouldn't even get that in the wake.
No, just looking at the lights, everything looks really realistic. You know, it's unbelievable. But yeah, that car looks wicked. I mean, it just sounds awesome as well.
Of course, the idea was to have sort of a day-night simulation. Unfortunately, that hasn't come to light now because of these server issues that we've been having. So it's just going to be sort of daytime for the rest of the race. I mean, do you think that's going to detract from the show at all?
Yeah, it is a shame. I mean, obviously technology overcomes all, but yeah, I'm not that great in the dark. So I did qualifying earlier on yesterday in the dark, and I just didn't go well. I was well off the pace, so I'm kind of glad that the night never came around. But it is a shame, you know, it adds to the occasion, as it were. So yeah, but it's still, you know, doesn't detract from the race, and the race is still absolutely mega. We've got some, you know, we're only just gone halfway through, so we got some really good racing to come.
Fantastic. I noticed you've been wearing a Janetta jacket and a Janetta t-shirt. So what's your involvement with the company?
Yeah, so well, basically, I work with a team called Want to Race, and basically we do a scholarship where it's like the Janetta Junior Scholarship, only it's for basically adults who have not got a racing licence yet. So Ben Hyland, who is the team manager, he set up the Want to Race competition a few years ago. It started out in a Lotus Elise, and then quickly went to a Janetta G40 GT5 car, and now it's the prize for this year you can enter online on the Want to Race website is a fully funded season in Janetta GRDC Race Club, which is absolutely absurd. It's, you know, worth tens of thousands of pounds. So yeah, it's a really good prize, and I'm working with them this year. We've got 9 cars in the GRDC, and just basically helping the drivers, tuition, you know, mechanicking, anything that needs doing, you know, just making sure the drivers are happy. And yeah, we're going to do really well this year. We got a 1-2 in the championship last year. We're looking to expand on that.
Is that for sort of all age ranges as well?
It is. It's from, I believe, the GRDC. It's from 18 to whatever age you want to race to. I mean, the Ginetta Junior Championship that you see with the token package, they do from 14 to 17-year-olds, and then obviously from that you can go to the GT4 Super Cup, which I'm looking to be interested in later in this year. It's a bit of a hint, but yeah, it's the GRDC is a fantastic prize. You know, you buy the car for 33,000 plus VAT, and with that you get a road car which you can then take you to a track and race for yourself, you know, against other drivers who are similar kind of novice drivers as well. So yeah, it's a fantastic setup, you know, and then you get to drive home in your own little sports car. So yeah, it's fantastic little car and fantastic series.
It's all by the sounds of things. Because there's a lot of people, of course, who are sort of later in life, especially say in their 30s or 40s, when that would be considered sort of retirement age for motor racing drivers, and they want to sort of get into racing. And how important is that for to get people who are sort of an older ilk, shall we say, into racing?
It's very important. I mean, you might see these older gentlemen racing at tracks nowadays, and sometimes they're absolutely rapid. You know, they fly past sometimes because they've got so much experience, and it's great to actually get, you know, maybe you didn't have the money when you were younger, and you know, most of the men started up a business or a company and got themselves hitting the ground running. Some have sponsored themselves in their own companies to race with their car, so it's fantastic. It's great for publicity, and it's great to run with the British GTs.
We're not at the moment, no. We can talk. So there we are, fantastic. Callum, thank you so much for taking the time to chat to us this morning. Is it this morning now? It is this morning. It's never 20 to 2, is it?
20 to 2, we're just over halfway through, so.
Evans. Honestly, I've been up since 4 o'clock yesterday morning, so I'm feeling the strain now. I've had about 3 Red Bulls, so yeah, not bad at all. Fantastic, brilliant. Well, great to have you along. We'll have you along later on, I'm sure.
Absolutely, yeah. Tune in, so yeah, take care. Hope your voice gets better.
You never know how it might go, but fantastic. Brilliant. Well, let's see how things are going. Job and well.
Actually, yes, yeah, I'm back, and we're actually going to take a time out here and to grab a word once again, as we did earlier, with the Barracuda, Nathan Burton, and he's going to tell us a bit about, obviously, if you're looking at the livery, you'll see this big, massive Sport Relief badge on the top. We did talk a bit about it earlier, but we're going to talk about someone who really knows what it's all about. So, you know, Nathan, obviously you guys raising money for an amazing cause. Just tell us a bit more about that.
To be fair, is currently in the car, so I don't know.
Maybe we'll go over, talk to him and distract him then.
Yeah, could do. But yeah, we're just obviously raising money for Sport Relief because it's a sport event. I think currently we've raised just over £200, which is fantastic. Obviously, if your viewers want to donate, I'm sure Grant will let you know the details. Because obviously every little helps.
Definitely. I mean, if we can speak to him later on, if you can get him to come over and speak to us, it might not be, you know, we don't know who will be in the commentary, but if you get someone to tell us a bit about how to do it, I'm sure the people listening will be very interested, because it's definitely a worthy cause.
Indeed, he's coming towards the end of his stint now, so it shouldn't be too long before he's available to talk.
Great. If you get a chance, we'll grab him. I'm next in our car, so it might not be me at the time, but if it is, that's fine. If not, I'm sure you'll be able to explain. That'll be absolutely fine. We are still watching the Porsche now. You guys, it looks like you're still running 9th. You seem to have got a bit of a gap ahead of Storm and Camel now.
Yeah, this stint seems to have been pretty solid. Storm and Camel, I've noticed, have fallen off a few times. I've not seen whether, I think Grant's been pretty consistent, lap time wise, and not really coming off too much. I think he did mention a few minutes ago that he's getting a bit tired. He's been in there for an hour and a half now. There was talk of me going back in, but after my 3-hour stint earlier, I'm still a bit tired after only having an hour and a half out. So
3 hours is a pretty mega, to be fair. Planning on getting any sleep at some point?
I just tried, but I mean the racing's too good to fall asleep.
That's the right attitude to have, and you're absolutely spot on. One final thing: 5 laps behind 111 Motorsport. You think you can get them?
In this stint, I think we've gained 2 laps, so hopefully, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's race on then, and obviously you've still got 11 hours. You know, if there's 30-40 laps between first and last, you know, there still could be another 30-40 laps.
to work with for people. So plenty of time for things to change around. Some great battles going on track, so really glad you're enjoying it, and thanks very much again for speaking to us. And if you can get Grant to come and speak to us at some point, that would be superb. So we're just taking a view over the rainy Estoril. For those who are just joining us, reason the conditions are not dark right now is because we had a few issues earlier with the hardware. Simply Race did a full test to make sure it would run fine, and unfortunately it was just one of these things. It worked perfectly in the test, but come the event it just didn't quite work out, and for the safety of the event, to prevent there having to be lots of restarts and pod crashes, we thought the safest option would be to just make the whole race daytime, which is obviously not quite as much of a spectacle, but still absolutely superb because they've left all the 24 hours in, and the weather has become very interesting, as you can see. Basically, the nighttime's been replaced by rain, and I'll tell you what, that definitely spices up the race just as much as the nighttime would. And you can see there the Ferrari of 111 Motorsport in 8th position, struggling round the track, and you can see the huge amounts of spray coming off the back of that gorgeous Italian Ferrari. Obviously, the track doesn't seem to be drying much, but drivers are getting used to the conditions. Simply Ace, just to give you another update, are continuing to lead, as they have pretty much from the start. Absolutely flawless effort from them, and they've got Mike Epps in the car at the moment, who also started for them. Friction Racing are second. I believe it is still Dean Prescott in that car. Downforce Racing third, with our very own Jake Sandbag Sanson flying the flag for them. Purple Helmets in fourth place, right behind Downforce, so it's a really good battle there. Fifth is Team Misfits in the Dodge Viper, having just had David Williams in for a stint, with sixth place being Team Race Logic, as you're watching them now in the V-Box Ferrari. Seventh is Mangoes Racing, and eighth is 111 Motorsport, who we were reviewing a minute ago, in the black, green and white Ferrari. Ninth is Barracuda in the Sport Relief sponsored Porsche that we were speaking to Nathan just a minute ago. As you can see there is the Viper. In 10th place is the only BMW in the field. Great to see that car out there, and it is the Storm and Camel, being driven at the moment by Carlo Turner. And in 11th position is Mission Motorsport, still going very strong. Great job from those guys so far. It's definitely been an eventful race for them. Paddy Murphy behind the wheel at the moment, just done a 2:09, so the pace is very decent from Mission Motorsport as well. Team Red Shirts in 12th position, just done a 2:07.2 as well. So, and I think they're probably a wee bit too far back from Mission at the moment to mount a challenge, but it's a long way to go. They can easily gain that time back. Just looking at the lap times here, Simply Ace have done a 1:56, Friction are 2:01, Downforce Racing with Jake Sanson's just on a 1:58.5, Purple Helmet's on a 55.7 behind them, so not too much in it. Great job by Jake, considering how inexperienced he is in this situation. Definitely Sandbag Sanson is official. Team Misfits in 5th place have just done a 2:04, with Team Race Logic on a 1:58.4, so they've got some decent pace there. I think everyone now pretty much is going to be in the slick tyres, even though it looks, I know it's probably hard to believe, but yes, slick tyres are the way to go right now. The track acting, it's amazing how the dry line's kind of providing a bit of grip at the moment. The intermediates are just heating up too much, so guys are on the slicks. 1:59 from Mangoes just there, 111 Motorsport on a 1:58, so there's a lot of good lap times coming in from these guys. Barracuda on a 2:03.9, with Storm and Camel 2:19.8, so they've always had enough in that lap. Mission Motorsport 2:12.14 that time round, with Team Red Shirts 2:06. So yeah, I mean, our boy Jake, our of course presenter, is absolutely holding his own here. He's one of the quickest cars on the track. Absolutely fantastic stuff. You're now watching the Viper. And for those watching the stream and chatting along, please give us your opinions on anything. If you have any questions for any of us, obviously at the moment it's just myself on the commentary, but in a wee while I'll need to get ready because I will be taking over from Jake. If you have a question for me at all, just put it in the chat and I'll see what I can do about answering it. Whether that be about sim racing, real life racing, anything like that. And if you guys want a discussion in terms of if you guys have a question that you want either answered or you want me to ask everyone else, please just let us know in the comments and we'll see what we can do. But yeah, I mean, free to have a chat with anyone if they have any questions, because obviously in this 24-hour race, when there's not much action on the track in terms of battles and you guys are staying up, we are free to talk about pretty much anything we want, whether that be pizza, cars, anything. You're watching now the Downforce Racing Aston Martin of Jake Sanson. Purple Helmets, I believe that might be Purple Helmets actually in the pit straight behind them. It looked like a purple car. And yeah, let's just have a see. Is that the purple Ferrari 458 just behind Downforce on the pit straight? Because if so, that will be for position. So they managed to close that gap down. Jake doing a great job keeping it on track, but the Purple Helmet guys are, and it is the Purple Helmet car behind, so that is a battle for position. It's Jake Sanson in 3rd place, followed by the Purple Helmet driver of, who's in that car right now? It's Lee, I think, in the car right now. So
he's flying at the moment. He's on a 1:55. He's actually almost the quickest guy on track. So doing a great job closing in the gap on downforce. I'm sure Jake will be sweating a wee bit in his seat. But I mean, it's a long race, so it's not all down to this battle here. That purple helmet's Ferrari, I must say, it does look stunning in purple. Not sure what you think. So I'm sure we'll be keeping an eye firmly on that battle. It's really good to see. Even at this time of the race, there's still some fantastic stuff going on. Okay, so we've had a question from Jonathan Provost. It's to the Simply Race guys. Okay, well, they've actually just noticed they've actually answered it already, but indeed, I'll talk you through that actually, Jonathan. Every pod has got its own little tablet beside it, and it's basically so the drivers can do things at a touch of a button instead of having to fiddle around with buttons on the wheel. There is options on the wheel in terms of pit lane speed limiter, pit stop requests. You can change around settings on the wheel itself, but the tablet's there to help you. For example, if you're changing traction control settings or ABS or anything like that, you can change request pit stops. You can turn your headlights on. That tablet is there so that you can do it at the touch of a button without fiddling around with buttons on the wheel. So it just makes it a lot simpler. Really, really great things. We're joined again by Bradley Philpott. Do you want to have a quick chat, Bradley? I'll need to. Yeah, I'm kind of. I'm fine on my own because we've got a lot of entertainment. We're on board with the purple helmets in fourth, and that car in front is indeed Jake Sanson in third. So we have an on-track battle here. Okay, the lights are flashing from purple helmets. This is going to be mega. We've got, I believe, is it Lee? Who's in that car? It's Lee Connell in the car, and he is putting in the lap times. I mean, Jake's doing a superb job. He's actually one of the top half in terms of quickest on the track at the moment, underneath the 2-minute mark. But this purple helmets car is probably the second quickest on track behind yourself right now. This looks like it's going to be a fascinating battle.
Yeah, they've been doggedly trying to hunt you guys down for the last hour or so.
Have indeed, yeah. It's changed from a battle for second between us and Friction to a battle for third here as Jake runs a bit wide. This is going to be interesting. He does not have as much racing experience in terms of racecraft, so he's going to be feeling the pressure.
And Lee's one of the regulars here at Simply Race as well, so he's very, very switched on. The purple helmets Ferrari is working really, really well in the wet. They've obviously got all the settings right in terms of what kind of stability and traction they're using, the kind of compounded tyre he's using, and he's been out there for quite a while at a really good pace. So I think, unfortunately for downforce racing, this is going to be a bit of a foregone conclusion.
It's a long race, I mean, I think possibly the safest thing for Jake to do right now, pace the purple helmets car instead of panicking trying to defend, is literally just let the purple helmets car go. Just keep a consistent lap time, even if you can't stick with him. Got some race drivers in after Jake. I mean, I'm in the next, and it's Pierce Pryor. So he's going for a tight move. Oh, that is. Yeah, that. I mean, if he'd gone in any faster, that could have been a bump and run from the. He's let him by. That's superb sportsmanship, because I mean, he didn't even need to let him by there, and he has done just in case. So you have to give huge amounts of credit there for purple helmets. Just did not want to take it by in any way a dirty move, even though it wasn't dirty. To be fair, he was almost too nice, but you can't blame him for that. It's superb sportsmanship.
Yeah, he's playing the long game. He doesn't want to risk any kind of penalties. He knows he's got the pace to get past Jake, and he just wants to do it nice and cleanly and have no issues.
Yeah, and I think Jake knows that too. But yes, he's doing a superb job. What he needs to do, I think, Jake, is just let him go. I'm going to need to keep an eye out here because I'm actually in next, and I don't know when Jake might be in the pits. So we're both here in the comments. We need to find Dan Blake or someone like that to take over for a wee while here, just so I can see how Jake's getting on. He's still got a while left in his stint. Here is the move coming up. Purple helmet's down the inside. He's very late in the brakes, but I'm sure he knows his braking point. Or has he? No, he hasn't. He's misjudged it, and Sanson takes it.
That's quite impressive, actually. Very easy to get sucked into the mistake of the car in front, and Jake kept his head and held it together. In fact, here comes my teammate up behind them now as well. So
you probably get the best view from your own pod at this point.
Yeah, you're right.
I think that was superb. I mean, purple helmet, he tried braking a bit too late, and I called it at the time, thought it was a bit late, but then I'm thinking, well, he knows his points and stuff like that, but if he's off the racing line on the inside, it might be slightly more tricky. Obviously, the tighter angle when you get to the corner. And Jake, hugely mature there, made sure he broke early enough, did not follow the purple helmet's car off, which is so easy to do, as you know. I mean, we're racing drivers, and we know it's so easy for us to do that. So for Jake to be able to keep his composure, keep his head, and do the undercut, he doesn't need to, but it's showing the boy can drive.
So I think it's about to happen again, around the outside into the middle hairpin. Oh, Jake, this time braking a bit too late. He's going to run off onto the grass. Okay, so the move's happened, and now Mike is working on the back. Jake didn't lose too much time there, to be honest, actually. He got back on very quickly. So now Mike's looking at the purple helmet's car.
So we've got a change of position, just in case you're not quite... Brilliant work there by purple helmets to get out of the way of the leader. That's really good. And Jake, he comes in very hot.
Actually, I'm quite impressed, to be honest. He's really holding his own.
He's only 3 seconds off the purple helmet's car in terms of lap time, so he really is holding his own.
Considering it's his first sim race properly.
Yeah, and these are torrential, horrible conditions. I don't know what kind of tyres you guys are running, but to be honest, whether you're on wets, inters or slicks, there's not actually a lot in it. It's just horrendous on all the tyres.
We're on S8s at the moment. We're on S7s last time, but the wear was so bad, even in the wet, that we just thought it was worth it. And Jake's actually told us that he's got better grip and better wear on the S8, so that's really good. As a driver, obviously, with a bit of experience on these kind of things, are you in the wet, are you thinking you're going for higher traction control, or are you not really bothering with this? Because obviously traction control does slow you down, but in the wet it's a different kind of story. Are you changing your traction control settings depending on weather, or are you just sticking to what you know?
So it's a little bit of a balancing act. Mike's gone off actually. That's interesting. Yeah, a bit of a balancing act, because if you have the traction on too high, it just completely kills the power out of the slow corners, with there being no grip at all. But obviously if you have it on too low, then you spin the wheels and you lose more time that way. So we've got it on medium. It's just to try and give you a little bit of slip, so you can actually rotate the car and pull away without actually losing control. So it's tough. What about you guys?
Well, I think what we did is we kind of took a bit of advice, and me and Piers were running low traction control for the qualifying, simply because if you make a mistake in the qualifying, it's not going to matter as much. It's more about getting the ultimate lap time, and low traction control, as you say, the higher you have it, the more it kills the power on the exit. It may be a bit treacherous with a lower one, but as long as you know how to handle it, you're okay. And
I agree. Yeah, in the dry I'm the same.
But to be fair, in the race we shoved it up to medium. May cost us a tenth a lap, maybe two, but it's worth it just to prevent that extra tyre wear and maybe a spin. It'll all add up in the end. Actually, if I can just for 1 minute leave it with Bradley.
I'm also going to
okay, okay. That's maybe a mistake. We'll need to find someone to take over.
I'll go see if I can find someone.
That's great. Simply because we don't know. We need to make sure Jake's not, check Jake's fuel load and make sure his tyres are okay. If I'm the next driver in, I'm not sure if we're got anyone available at the moment. So bear with us a second. Yeah, Jonathan, what you're saying about the slicks, and Shane, if you've just joined us, actually, most of the drivers are actually on slick tyres, I believe, and despite what it looks like torrential rain, but it's actually not bad at all in terms of grip. So yes, and Jonathan saying, apart from downforce, who has the favourite livery? Now I'm sure everyone will have their own opinion. If I go by each car, the Mission Motorsport car obviously looks great, great relevance and things like that. V-Box car as well, hugely recognisable, superb. I really like the orange, white and black of the Friction car, actually. It's nicely simple, makes a lot of sense. Even the purple helmets car is really distinctive, as you see it there, running a bit wide. There's amazing liveries, especially I must say I really like the O Barracuda, just the red Porsche, and also the Martini Porsche of the Team Red shirts. They're in last at the moment, but they're running really well, and their car does look absolutely lovely. Yeah, okay, that's superb. So I'm gonna have to go and have a look to see what the situation is. I might be back in a few minutes, but it depends on what the situation is. If not, I hope you all enjoy the broadcast for the rest. We're gonna have a switch of commentator just for a wee while, and so we're just gonna go to a quick advert break, and we'll be back soon with the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Estoril. It might be me, it might be someone else. We will wait and see. We'll be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere. I'm on next, so I don't want to. It's just a discussion. Right. So it's playing the advert right now.
Hello. No, sorry, we were just swapping the battery over, so we are back now live. So we're just going to get the downforce stream back up as well.
So, welcome back to the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Estoril, hosted by Simply Race. We are well into the race now, just approaching the end of the 13th hour. We've got 11 hours and 8 minutes to go. It's getting interesting. There's actually a lot of on-track battles at the moment, and really interesting. A couple of teams coming into the play. We've been joined by a few new names, obviously. We've been joined by...
I'm Mark Winwood from Friction Racing.
Had a complete blank there, I do apologise, but it's good to see you. Obviously, Friction Racing running very strong second. You've increased the gap to about 4 laps to the guys behind. You've been really putting in a good shift.
Yeah, at the moment we've got Dean Prescott in the car, who's, it seems, a bit of a wet weather expert, and he's been putting in some really consistent fast times, so we've benefited a bit from, I think Downforce have struggled in these conditions. And yeah, we've just been able to gradually pull away from Purple Helmets.
Yeah, I think at the moment, you know, we're running Downforce are running well. I think Jake's doing a superb job. He's doing 58.3, but with Purple Helmets going so well, I mean, they're in the 55s. You can see how the gap's just slowly getting smaller, and you know, I think it was down Purple Helmets just doing a superb job. I mean, Jake. Absolutely fantastic, keeping it on the road really well. But you know, when you come up against such experienced guys, such as the Purple Helmets, as the white BMW tries to go around the outside of Vision Motorsport, gets on the grass, slides into him. There's contact. Don't think there was anything malicious in that whatsoever from either car. See if the stewards review it, but I think it'll be fine. But I mean, yeah, as we were saying, you guys are absolutely flying in the wet. You know, you find the experience on the rig coming in handy?
Yeah, I mean, not all of our guys have got really much wet weather experience, but Dean is our main guy who's done a lot of this before. We're going to put Chris Hardwick in the car next, and he's had a little bit of experience in the wet. And Purple Helmets are flying, so we've got to be wary that we need to just keep being consistent. You know, they've benefited since it's been wet. They've managed to get past Downforce, and they're looking quite strong. So.
Obviously, I mean, I've raced with Dean over Apex Racing League since about 4 years, and we know how good a driver he is. And one of the things about Dean is he's so consistent, especially in these conditions. Just tell us a bit about, you know, your sim racing experience in general. You know, have you been league racing at all, or you've been, you know, how often are you down here at Simply Race?
Yeah, I mean, I've been competing down here at Simply Race in the Simply Race Touring Car Championship this season, and I've also done a bit of commentary for them as well. So. Yeah.
It's good to know we've got a commentator here. It's not just racing drivers, but yeah. So, sorry, keep on going with that experience.
Yeah, so that's really my main experience. But we spent a lot of time down here preparing for this event. Once we knew what the circuit was going to be, we spent quite a bit of time preparing for this. So we've got a mixture in our team. We've got obviously the really experienced Guy Dean, and then we've got me and Chris, who have got a bit. Have both done the Touring Car Championship. Darren as well is also a very experienced sim racer. So I think we've got a pretty, we've got a well-balanced team, and so far we've been able to be pretty consistent with all our guys have been pretty consistent. So I think that's what's helped us get into the position we're in now.
I must be getting. I mean, I'm a bit worried now because I'm getting into my stints soon, and I must be very tired because I'm pretty sure I was just for a while there calling you Purple Helmets, which is quite interesting. But obviously, yeah, Friction Racing superb. I think, to be honest, you managed to build up a gap. Obviously, there's still a long way to go, but the gap you've got now, as long as you can stay consistent, I think you're in a quite comfortable second place.
Yeah, I mean, I think once it dries up, we'll be much more comfortable. It's so slippery out there at the
A lot of variables, a lot of chance for problems.
Yeah, I mean, you're just tiptoeing around. The circuit is really, really wet now. So when it's like this, there's always the chance that something could go badly wrong for you. But we're just hoping it dries up relatively soon, and then we can push consistent towards the end.
Well, I'm actually really looking forward to getting it myself in this, just to feel how much grip there is. And it's it's good to see they're still really competitive at the time. Simply Ace are absolutely dominating this race. I mean, to be fair, the gap between themselves and Friction Racing is actually the same as the gap between Friction Racing and Purple Helmets. So, I mean, Friction have probably in the last few hours, Friction have got to be the kind of star of the show in terms of how much time they're gaining. But Simply Ace, I mean, for example, they've just done, I believe it's Mike Epps in the car. It is indeed, and he's done a 54.3 in these conditions. If you look down there, you've got Friction on a 56.4. Purple Helmets on a 55.9, Downforce on a 59.9, and then it goes down into the 2-minute mark as you go kind of further down. I think Storm and Camel in the pits there are having a problem with a 3 minutes 39. But it seems to be continuously raining. I'm beginning to wonder whether it's just going to be consistent rain for the rest of the race.
Yeah, I've been trying to get to find out what the forecast is for the rest of the race, and all we've really been told is it is going to stop raining at some point. So that's not particularly helpful, but yeah, we're just hoping it stops as soon as it can, because it is now so wet out there. They're just tiptoeing around now.
So, when do you know roughly when your next stint's going to be, and if so, what your sleeping arrangements? Are you planning on staying up for the whole 24-hour and then basically crashing at the end, or are you going to try and get some sleep before your stint?
Well, I'm probably going to try and go through all the way to the end. I'm sort of acting as team manager, so I'm sort of trying to organise everyone's stints. We've left Dean in the car for quite a while now, so I'm going to try and make sure he has quite a long time off to get a break. So yeah, I'm probably going to try and get through to the end.
That's good to hear. I like the spirit of that. I think, the thing people are forgetting is it's not only you're up for 24 hours. A lot of people have driven down from 5 a.m. this morning. So, I mean, the race starts at 1. So if you're looking from 5 a.m. to 1 o'clock, you're looking at about 8 hours. So effectively, you're 8 hours awake, having had a really early morning, probably not much sleep the night before, and then you're launching into a 24-hour race. It is very hard. The only thing keeping you awake really is the adrenaline and the excitement of the actual racing. It's what's keeping everyone awake.
Yeah, I think maybe a lot of teams underestimated how difficult this was going to be. It's just the constant sort of mental pressure. I mean, I personally find actually I'm more nervous out of the car than I am when I'm in it. When I actually get...
I totally agree with that. I relate to that.
Yeah, when I get in the car and I'm actually just me in the circuit in the car, I sort of relax a bit actually. But when I'm out of the car, I'm sort of nervous for the guys that are in it. And I'm always trying to think about what our strategy is, what we're going to do next. So, yeah, that's that constant mental sort of pressure, which is going to take its toll. And, we've still got 11 hours to go.
Yeah, just to clarify, you guys watching might have seen it on the Simply Race, obviously Simply Race Control posting, but 80% of the teams are still on slicks since the restart. So not every team by the looks of it are on slicks, but the majority are. Obviously, for the drivers with less experience, you might actually end up being quicker sticking them on intermediate or wet, because if they get it slightly wrong, they've got more chance of keeping it on the road. It may be slower in the long term, but when you've got inexperienced drivers, it can make a difference to your kind of tyre strategy and plan.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to consider the time it's going to take you to do a pit stop if you're going to do an extra stop that you weren't going to do anyway. Because we've got Dean in the car, he's basically said he's quite happy on the slick, and he's driven all the way through in the slick so far. Some of the less experienced guys probably would benefit from maybe the inters now or the wets, but a lot of teams are sticking with the slick time.
I mean, well, we've got Jake in there who's never done a sim race like this at all before. He's in the slicks and the wet, and he's actually very comfortable. So, I think it is okay for these guys who are still on the intermediates or wets. I really would recommend, if you are listening, which is unlikely because they'll be concentrating, I would recommend shoving on slicks. And speaking of pit stops, we've got Mango's Racing Porsche. Of course, the cause of that epic crash we had earlier with the Viper flying into the air, they're just pulled into the pits now. So that's interesting. We're actually hearing rumours from earlier that Team Misfit are aiming to charge down on downforce. There's a 5-lap gap just now, so it's possible, but there's a bit of a long way to go. I think they're I mean, there's no reason not to be aiming high. But the thing is, of course, with a race this long, 5 laps in a course of this many hours, it's the kind of distance you can actually turn around, no bother.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen that as the race has gone on. The form of the teams is changing quite a lot. Misfits have been one. Their form's been a little bit up and down, I've noticed, but they've clearly got some pretty quick guys. And there have been periods of the race where they've been making their way through the field.
Yeah, I mean, Shane Burke on the comments here is absolutely spot on. Thank you for watching, Shane. It's showing very good commitment having people up at this time watching the racing. He's saying basically kind of what I was saying as well. For any team watching, here's a tip: don't go for inters; they are useless. We've got a few server issues here, so guys might not be able to see the race as I'm speaking, but hopefully we'll get that sorted out as soon as possible. We'll tell you what, we'll do another run through of all the drivers that are in each car, just in case you missed it or there's been changes. We've got Mission Motorsport still behind the wheel, unless it's not been updated, as Paddy Murphy. We've actually got a driver change right now for Storm and Camel, as the pressure's on with the typing. It's Nick. We're just waiting for it. The second name is Nick Grove that's taken over the Storm and Camel. Thank you for making clear writing, unlike so many people, and for not writing Muffin as your name of your driver. So, Mission have Paddy Murphy. Red Shirts have Tom Herbert in the car at the moment. Jake Sanson, obviously, aboard the downforce car. Not too long until I'll need to be getting ready for my stint. Storm and Camel have just changed to Nick Grove. Barracuda Barracuda, as I should say, with Grant Lyman in the car at the moment, with 111 Ferrari 458. And being driven by Greg Edwards. Race Logic at the moment have Chris Worley in that, also another 458. With Friction, as you were saying, Dean Prescott still running, doing an absolutely phenomenal job as it stands. 4 laps off the lead, but 4 laps clear of third, so they're looking really strong for a podium. The Purple Helmets is being driven at the moment by Lee Connell, and Misfits being driven by Andy Fellows. The Mangoes, it's just Ryan, that's all we get, Ryan. That's the way it is. To be fair though, I think Ryan's been there for a long time, so I'm not sure if it is still Ryan. I think they might have just got lazy and forgot to update it for us, but that's fine. And Simply Aces is still, by the looks of it, I'm just going to look now, I think it is still Mike Epps, is it driving? No, Mike Epps just got out, so I think they might be in the lead. They might be in the pits, I should say, the leaders. And it's Bradley that's getting back in, so I tell you what, these guys in Simply Ace, 3 of them in a team, it's a lot of commitment, and it's they might be really quick, but it's going to be very tough for them. I mean, Bradley is not that long out of a couple of long stints.
Yeah, they've taken on quite a big challenge here, because I think they've been doing double stints as well, all 3 of them. Just having the 3 drivers, it's going to be really difficult for them towards the end, I think. But they don't show any sign of dropping the pace at the moment.
Yeah, it's really good. I'm not sure what you guys are seeing right now. It might be a bit of lag, so apologies for that. But if you are hearing okay, we'll just be getting up and running as soon as possible. Ben Turner and everyone at Simply Race doing a great job, as we keep on repeating with the servers and the organisation. And problems just now. Sorry, we're just going to hear from Ben. What was that? Okay, so how long do you think that'll be? Oh, okay, so it's probably not been broadcast. Okay, we're not sure if you guys can hear us, but if you can, we will just be trying to sort these problems out, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
For some reason, apologies for that, for some reason the microphone was on mute there on the video feed. On the radio feed it was fine, but on the video feed it wasn't. Apologies for that. Yes, Jake Sanson back off the car after the Aston Martin stint, and 2 hours in difficult conditions. Mark Winwood is beside me on commentary, and for a short time at least. I'm assuming you're probably going back out on the friction car fairly shortly. So.
Yeah, I'm probably going out another couple of stints. I'll be out. So, yeah, just trying to keep myself awake and stay alert by helping you guys out a bit.
Brilliant. Well, we've just had Jonathan Provost on the feed ask, apart from Downforce desperately trying to be favouritist, who has your favourite livery? Now, you guys, the Friction Boys, this sort of black, orange and white thing, whose idea was that? Where did that design come from?
Well, it's sort of the colour scheme is a theme of friction racing. All their cars tend to be painted in a similar sort of style with that same sort of colour. But Dean Prescott also does all liveries for us, and I have to say, the livery just fits really well on the Aston. It just suits the car so well, and he's done an amazing job to execute it so well.
I have to say, I like all three of the Astons, not just our own team and your team, but the Mission Motorsport looks really good in that as well. The Ferraris in particular, I love. Who'd have thought V-Box Race Logic Blue would work on a 458? But it really does, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely does. And I think our MD, who's actually driving for V-Box, MD of Race Logic, Julian Thomas, actually owns a real Ferrari 458 in that colour.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And there's, as we talk about the V-Box Race Logic Ferrari, it kind of got spat out to the chicken house there at one of those particular corners. I think that was up at turn 3. Oh, and the BMW spins right in front of it. That was a very scary moment. That's going to be worth a replay because the Race Logic Ferrari went for a bit of a skate off the circuit, and then the BMW kind of dashed off in sympathy. So let's have a look. There's the Race Logic Ferrari recovering, and then we're about to see a BMW swim straight across us. Look at that, there we go. Just tries to catch it, and all of a sudden loses. Now, was there contact? I don't think there was, actually. As close as you can get to there without actually being contact. So fair play to Julian Thomas at the wheel of the Race Logic car at the moment. I think it's Julian Thomas behind the wheel, is it? No.
Sanjoy Chakraborty is at the car at the moment.
Oh, okay, so Chakraborty is at the wheel of the car at the moment. Some really, really interesting driving stints going on here because it's actually really quite treacherous out there. It's, having spoken from experience now, it's very tentative. You have to be very, very patient. You have to drive very Alain Prost-like. Slow is actually quite fast in terms of it. Mind you, I say that, I've probably cost the team about a minute over the course of my 2-hour stint, but oh well, we're still in the hunt for a podium, and hopefully now I've handed it over to the professionals, they'll get it back into a decent position for us. But there's a nice little three-way tussle with you guys having been in second place for quite a while now.
Yeah, we've been running second for a few hours now. Just thinking about the way that Z4 went off there, you can see how wet it is now because he just spun the car up in a straight line there, and the car just snapped sideways on him. So that is literally how slippery it is now.
Well, even you guys have had a quick trip into the gravel track, but that didn't take you long to get out of it. I think it was turn 1. It's so tricky at turn 1, isn't it? You know when to bite the car, but the car doesn't want to help you out with it. You really got to be very, very careful when you get on the throttle.
Yeah, and you've got to brake so early now for turn 1. It's so easy to just brake slightly late, and then you can't really avoid going off the track. It's you've made the mistake already.
Yeah, in the dry, I was going for sort of the 100 board. Now, as soon as I lose sight of the 200, that's when I brake. Yeah, I can't really leave it any later than that. Otherwise, I really am building sandcastles at turn 1. But Simply Ace out in front, they really have been exceptional. Let's hand it to them. Okay, most of them pretty much could pay rent here if the amount of time they spend. But through it all, they have just been ever so careful about everything. They've really done this in a very disciplinarian way.
Yeah, they've been, the class of the field really for the whole race so far. They don't show any signs of weakness. They're just very consistent. And of course, they've only got 3 drivers, and they're double stinting a lot of the time. So they're going well so far, but there's still over 10 hours to go. And it's going to be interesting to see if they can keep this up, or whether fatigue starts to set in.
Well, we're on board with the Downforce Aston at the moment. It's John Munro out in 4th position, and I do believe that is the Purple Helmets Ferrari. just in front of us. Now I think they're actually now a lap ahead of us thanks to the pit stop we've just made, but there is still plenty of time to make up, and if anybody's going to make up that time, it's going to be John Munro. Hill climb class champion, sprint class champion, Mazda MX-5 racer last year in the British Racing and Sports Car Club Championships, and now moving into the Bart Max 5 series this year. So incredibly talented, and all at 17 years of age. So there's a lot to come from this hot Scottish talent, and that is the Purple Helmets Ferrari just in front of us, having lapped the Downforce Aston for third position. But it won't be too long, I don't think, before A, the Ferrari pits, and B, John Munro gets back on terms with them. So I think it could well be Friction, Downforce and Purple Helmets all the way to the bitter end here.
Yeah, I definitely think so. We've been having a pretty much race-long battle with Downforce, but Purple Helmets have got stronger as the race has gone on, and now it seems to be that it could become a three-way fight. You know, it's a difficult stage of the race for us because we've got Chris in the car who has less experience in the wet, so we kind of accept that we're probably going to be losing a bit of time at the moment. But it should be exciting because I think this three-way battle could go all the way to the end.
Here we go, into the pits comes the Purple Helmets Ferrari just as John Munro unlaps himself pretty much, so this could really start to turn the tide. Downforce Racing has now unlapped itself firmly into fourth position now as John Munro makes his way down the pit straight into turn one, taking things neat and tidy as you like through the first apex of the corner. He's very quick and very smooth, and that's what you need to be in this in these sorts of conditions. Smooth and precision. That's the way to go forward in these kind of conditions.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's just that having that feel, just being able to be smooth, keep the car under control, and also, if you do have any slides, you've always got to catch them before they happen. If you let them develop, it's too late.
Well, Friction Racing is 4 laps adrift of Simply Ace, but a further 4 laps clear of the Purple Helmets and Downforce Racing battle, which is crucial at this stage of the race really for them. They've got that little 4-lap buffer protection. John Munro, my goodness, that was close. Making the move there on the Mission Motorsport Aston and the Barracuda Porsche. I tell you what, 10 minutes ago I wouldn't have pulled off a move like that. I would have hung back and just saw what happened, but my name isn't John Munro.
He looks like he's getting his eye in here. He's he's only really just got in the car and he's already flying. You can see how much speed he's able to carry. He looks fairly confident.
He's already 10 seconds per lap quicker than I was going. I was doing 157s, he's on 147s already, so that's the difference between a lanky fat commentator and a professional racing driver. That's the big difference. But anyway, Purple Helmet Ferrari has made its way back out onto the circuit, just in front on the road of the Misfits Viper in those incredibly cool Eureka livery machine. Still flashing those headlights as if it's going to make a blind bit of difference to the concentration of the guys in front. It really hasn't made any instinct to, certainly to the Purple Helmet Ferrari boys, they haven't really been distracted by that kind of thing. But Misfits, they're in the gaggle here still, aren't they, these boys? 5th position, they're there or thereabouts, a few laps adrift of the leading battle, but if anything happens with these leaders, they'll be right in there, sniffing at that podium.
Yeah, Misfits have been a bit up and down. There's been periods of the race where they've really started to show quite a lot of speed, and they've brought themselves back into contention, and then there's been again periods where they've sort of dropped away, so they've been a little bit up and down, but they seem to be fairly solid in 5th now, I think.
But everybody is pretty much unanimous in their opinion that, you know, this is the car that looks the meanest in the rear view mirror. If you're going to be put off by anything, it's going to be that Viper.
Yeah, it's certainly a pretty aggressive looking beast, isn't it?
It's very pretty, very beautiful, and that's what we like about these GT machines. There's a countless array of them with that same level of aesthetic pleasure. So the Misfits car doing well. Purple Helmets in the Ferrari now up to 3rd position. A second and a half quicker than them is the Friction Racing machine. The Downforce Racing car is 4.8 seconds a lap slower than what the Purple Helmets has done, but largely that's my fault, folks, having just got out of that car. Once John Munro gets into the rhythm, don't worry, he'll be just at the same sort of level of speed. Simply Ace completes lap 124 of this stage of the race. If you add to the fact they did about 60 before that first period and then about another 150, so far there's been about 320 laps or so completed in the race so far, but unfortunately we won't be able to count on those laps. We can only separate the teams from the distance they should have been separated at each time, rather than just add the laps on. Adam Weller makes a rather nostalgic point. The V-Box Ferrari reminds me of the old Scuderia Playtime Ferrari 430 that raced in the International GT Open in 2008. Only Adam Weller would know that. The Racing Sports Cars site is your friend if you want to see what I'm on about. He practically lives on that site. In fact, he's probably paying mortgage on it. So, yes, it is a great site to go to, though, and anybody who wants to see any form of sports car looking tip-top, then that's where you go, basically. Well, straight away, Downforce Racing has really picked up the pace. On the last lap, they did a 157.9 compared to Purple Helmet's Ferrari on a 204.3, so the distance between them is a good 7 seconds per lap. Now, that just shows you the difference between two different drivers in two different driving conditions. John Monroe is very fast in both the wet and the dry, and he's got that sprint and hill climb experience to count in his favour. Meanwhile, we're on board with that Corvette once again, with Mike Epps at the wheel this time. That's his third stint in the car so far, and they really are stretching out that advantage little by little. This is not a domination from the guys out in front. Yes, they are 4 laps clear, but that's after 13.5 hours of racing. They haven't exactly romped away and hid. It looks like, oh, actually, sorry, Bradley is in the car, so Mike Epps has not updated the board. Naughty, naughty, Mike. So Bradley is in the car for the third stint, and as I said, you know, these guys, they are the class of the field. They are leading pretty much every lap bar 7 so far in the race, but they haven't exactly sprinted away and dominated, have they? They've got a lead, but they're maintaining it. They're not pushing it too hard here.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's a tactic of theirs. Once they got 2 laps in front, they seem to maybe back off a little bit and just concentrate on being consistent, not making mistakes. And certainly in the wet, because we've had Dean in the car, they've not really been getting away from us anymore. They've just been, the gap's been staying fairly constant. So it'd be interesting to see what their tactic will be going forwards, because I can't imagine they're not going to get tired, because there's only 3 of them compared to a lot of the teams where we've got more drivers.
Well, it's really interesting watching the steering wheel movement you can see here. Look, it's literally tiniest little adjustments all the time, and they actually drop down into 3rd gear through that point. In the dry, you wouldn't drop to 3rd, you'd stay in 4th and carry the speed through. And it is interesting at this stage of the race, you know, where the drivers tend to push the car. See, Phil Boy, you pushed a little bit too hard at that point. It sounds as if we've got an off somewhere. Something has not gone well for, I think it might be either the red shirts or Mission Motorsport. Somebody towards the back end of the field has come a cropper there. In fact, it is these 2 cars that are in the battle together. Helicopter view over the top there, and here comes the Porsche. That's a little bit too close for comfort, and both teams are getting a little bit irritated, and that's why once, twice, 3 times for good measure they've been biffing and bashing each other all the way through, these 2. They are the teams in 11th and 12th position. There's about 8 laps between them, but they're having a great little ding-dong battle between these 2 teams at the moment, and it seems to be, at one point it almost seemed personal. Now it's the 2 of them. They just seem to be taking it in good heart, and they seem to think they're bashing the living daylights out of each other is good fun now.
Yeah, they're definitely having a good go, and again, he's run straight in the back of him there. But I'm quite amazed he got away with that, actually.
This is slowly starting to turn into Estoril Nights, isn't it? The ballad of Mission Motorsport.
Yeah, I mean, Mission have had a very eventful race, and so have the red shirts. What's the gap now between them? I think...
Well, I think it's a good 7 or 8 laps between the 2 of them now. Right, Jonathan Provost has asked, Jake, what were your expectations going into the race, and have they changed from your expectations now? My expectations were to be lapped by pretty much everybody during my stint, so that didn't happen, so I'm very happy about that. I only lost 1 place. We were 3rd, we're now 4th, so I only cost the team about 60 seconds over the course of 2 hours. That's not too bad considering it's me in the car. My expectations now, well, I genuinely think we've got a podium potential happening here. It's all down to what happens with 4 drivers in the car, in my opinion. Tom and I are struggling a little bit. Oh, Monroe, the back end steps out of the downforce Aston just as he struggles to deal with the BMW, the Storming Camel car. That was very close indeed, but it's this battle for the podium that I'm really slightly concerned at. What on earth is Storming Camel doing? They seem to be mowing the lawn down at the exit of turn 1 there. That's not really how to get back on the circuit. But no, it's a 3-car battle for the final 2 rungs of the podium, isn't it? Friction Racing in the Aston, Purple Helmets in the Ferrari, and Downforce in the Aston. And I think it's all going to come down from the Downforce side of things. It's going to come down to what John, Piers and Scott do in the car initially, and then how Dan Blake copes with these changeable conditions. I'm also going to be interested to see whether these conditions actually improve over the course of proceedings. I'm not so sure they will. We could well have this all the way to the death here. Oh, there's a spinning Ferrari right in front of them. Unfortunately, they managed to get out of the way just in the nick of time. But yes, the Race Logic Ferrari, they're in 6th position. Munro going a little bit wide. I tell you, it's so easy to do that because you're there in 3rd position. You want a little bit more power, you want a little bit more speed, so you blip the throttle to try and get more. The car just wants to dance to the outside line. It's throwing you towards the gravel trap, and all you have to do is literally just roll off the power, be patient. It's so frustrating when you're in these conditions because you know the car has the ability to do this in the dry. You just have to be so lackadaisical in the wet to actually let the car do what you want it to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the cars can be quite twitchy as well. You've got to be so smooth with the application of the power. And if the car does slide, it looks like that's the Purple Helmets car. He's just running the back of Misfits, but it looks, again, I think he's pushed Misfits straight on.
Yes, he has. What has happened there is he's missed his braking point completely. Now, fortunately, Misfits were able to get away with that, but that is a quite clear incident there. Look, just missing the braking point completely there and using the Misfits Viper in front as a brake. Now, I have a feeling that the Misfits boys will not be happy with that in the slightest, even though there is no damage model currently running and operating. Now, what are Purple Helmets doing here? Are they slowing up to allow Misfits back through? It would suggest that that is what they're trying to do at this point. It's a little bit tentative. We are still watching the replay, of course. We haven't actually gone live yet, but see, it's tiny little bits and pieces of detail we're trying to keep an eye on here. This is back towards the action, we think. This is live footage once again. Simply Ace out in front, Friction Racing second, Purple Helmets from Downforce Racing.
Yeah, I think that sort of accident there is where if you miss your braking point, there's nothing you can do. You've already made the mistake, and you're just going to run into the back of the car in front unless you take some sort of evasive action. So, you know, although it looked bad, it was probably just a tiny mistake on whoever we got driving Purple Helmet's car, and it, you know, that's the result.
Yeah, the Purple Helmet's car at the moment is Lee Connell in the Ferrari, desperately trying to maintain the gap back to the Downforce Racing Aston, which is steadily making progress in 4th position with John Munro at the wheel. 2nd position with Friction Racing. So they're in 2nd position. Oh dear, hang on. I think we've got another issue here, and I think it's the BMW this time. Now that could just about change the face of this race. Now, if the BMW has faltered, because I just saw it in the pits, that's going to bring out another VSC, and that couldn't come at a more pivotal moment in the race for the battle for 3rd position if that was the case, because that's going to tighten up the battle between the Ferrari. Oh, that's, now hang on, what's happening here? This is Bradley Philpott going straight into the back of the Ferrari. Now that's nudge, 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 kiss, grin, wink, wink, say no more, and into the left barrier is going to go the Race Logic Ferrari, is it? Here it comes. We're going to watch again on the replay. That's 1 point of contact, 2 points of contact, 3, 4, maybe more, and into the barrier goes the Ferrari. Now that is almost certainly going to be a protest, I would think, from the Race Logic Ferrari boys. And, well, it's not going to cost them the lead out in front, but it is going to hamper their reputation a little bit, and it would certainly break the rhythm. Well, Adam Weller has argued on the case of the other incident that we saw before of the Purple Helmets Ferrari into the back of the Misfits. He says, I'd argue that the car would have made the corner and Misfits were a little slow. I suppose that's a fair argument.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky. I mean, if a car in front of you brakes a lot earlier than you expect, especially in these sort of conditions, it's so easy it can catch you out. And it might be that Misfits did brake very early, and that was just the cause of Purple Helmets running to the back of them. So it's always difficult to know in these sort of conditions.
Well, we're still watching this incident between Simply Ace in 1st position and the Race Logic Ferrari in 6th. From the Race Logic Ferrari's point of view, you can understand their grievance there, because they're desperately trying to make up ground on the Misfits Viper. They're only 3 laps adrift, and they've got the Mangoes Racing team that has now just overtaken them as a result of that. So that's actually not only held them up, it's actually impeded the Race Logic boys. So they've got, actually, looking at that incident, a fairly legitimate reason to be disgruntled.
Yeah, I think so, because also in that situation, both cars are on the power. So, Bradley's just sort of... Bradley could easily have avoided that, I'd have thought. It's not like he's missed his braking point. He could have just lifted off the throttle and not made contact with the back of the Ferrari. So I think Race Logic will be quite rightly a bit aggrieved about that.
Well, whether that's going to cost the Racing Ace team a penalty or not remains to be seen, but it is going to be tough to call because, as you say, both cars are on the power. The Corvette, look, there is two wheels on the grass there trying to... It's almost as if they are deliberately trying to force their way through. I wouldn't want to say that about Bradley Philpott because he's not that kind of bloke, but... frustration, you've got a slower car in front of you, you want to hold track position, you want to maintain your driving rhythm, maybe just a little bit too eager on that particular time, because look, the Race Logic Ferrari has absolutely nowhere to go in that scenario, and it's just a sitting target being bounced into the barrier like a pinball.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only person who could have avoided that was probably Bradley in the Simply Ace car. I don't see what... there's nothing Race Logic could do. They've just been pretty much pushed off the road there, in my opinion.
Well, we saw briefly the Storming Camel BMW in the pit garage, not just in the pit lane, and the Storming Camel car is in the pit at the moment. Retired from the race. Oh, okay, well that would be really quite a shock if Storming Camel has actually retired from the race. Now, obviously, there's only a couple of ways you can do that. You can throw in the towel because you've had enough. You can run out of fuel out on the circuit, of course.
I don't think they run out of fuel. We're hearing that maybe they've been let down by a couple of their drivers, and they're down to 3 rather than the 5, and they have just sort of become so exhausted they need a long break, and maybe they've decided to pull into the pits and park it.
Wow, okay. That just shows you as well, a couple of drivers that you're missing those 2 or 3 drivers from your driver plan. I mean, these guys out in front, there's only 3 of them in their team, but they've worked on that strategy very, very carefully and done a lot of training. I know for a fact that both Mike Epps and Bradley Philpott in particular have done an awful lot of training coming into this to build up their stamina. If all of a sudden you lose 2 men from your operation, that throws your whole game plan off.
Oh yeah, definitely. If you weren't expecting it, I mean, it would really, it's going to be a real big blow. And it's going to put so much strain on the rest of the team. We've got 5 drivers, and I wouldn't like to try and do this with any less than that.
So down the main straight, that is your race leaders, Racing Ace, Simply Ace. I'm talking about a movie with Burt Reynolds in it at the moment for some bizarre reason. We are doing our very best to keep up with what's happening there. They've actually just lapped Friction Racing another time, but I can't believe for a single instant that the Simply Ace car isn't going to get a penalty for that incident. Surely you'd have expected an incident like that to be heavily penalised, but at the moment it doesn't appear to be. Friction Racing still lapping around the same sort of pace as Purple Helmets. Thank you to Mark Winwood for his contribution on the commentary from the early point. Simply Ace out in front then, Friction Racing in second in the Aston. Third is the Purple Helmets Ferrari. Fourth is Downforce Aston. Fifth is the Misfits Viper. Sixth is the Mangoes Racing Porsche, thanks to that little incident with Race Logic Ferrari dropping down to 7th position, and they will still be fighting their cause. 8th position, the 111 Ferrari. Somebody's gone off into the gravel trap by the look of it, I think. Just kind of saw it out of the corner of my eye. Yes, one car has gone off. That is the Friction Aston Martin that has gone off into the gravel trap from 2nd position. Now, we did just hear from Mark Winwood that their current driver, that of course is, their driver at the moment is Chris Hardwick. He does not have as much experience in the wet weather conditions as the other drivers, so he is struggling, and they know that quite clearly now, that he's not going to have as easy a time of it as some of the other cars out there on track. So, well, a really interesting turn of events then, because we've got the Downforce Aston trying to recover from the lackluster performances of somebody called Jake Sanson in the last 2 hours of driving to lose an awful amount of time. So they're trying to close in on the Ferrari now. Whoa, that was very, very fast into the pits then from Simply Ace. That was frustration, I think, from Bradley Philpott, because he's coming into the pits for what I believe is going to be a penalty. So into the pits comes the Simply Ace Corvette. leading the race and getting the penalty for that manoeuvre on the Race Logic Ferrari. I think you have to say that was a legitimate penalty there, because not only did they manage to impede the Ferrari, but they actually cost it a track position. They were running 6th. Mango's Racing in the Porsche have now gone through as a result of Race Logic Ferrari being pitched into a spin, and that is the only course of action, really. It hasn't cost them the lead, but it has broken the flow a little bit. But Bradley Philpott is only going to take surely a few laps, possibly not even that, to get himself back up to speed. Meanwhile, Friction Racing in the Aston, still steady and consistent in the 156s. The last lap they did was a 156.0. Purple Helmet's last lap a 155.9. Downforce Racing in the Aston a 156.9. And tricky situations there. I love the blue flame spitting out of the side of that Corvette as it goes under braking. And Bradley Philpott doing a very good job out in front at the moment in the Corvette C7R. Closing in on the Mission Motorsport Aston, which, if they're continuing to go the way they're going at the moment, are going to move up into 11th position, of course, because the Storming Camel BMW is parked in the pit lane. They've basically gone home, I've been told. So not only are they out of the race, the number 4 Bay, they've actually gone into the pits, and the team has gone home, would you believe? So, well, that is absolutely disastrous. So they're not coming back later on. They're out of the race. So we have one retirement, and it's not going to be too long before they are overtaken by Mission Motorsport and Team Red Shirts. But well, the object of a 24-hour race is to get to the finish, and unfortunately, Storming Camel are out just after the halfway mark. And well, that's a really disappointing end to their race. So a valiant effort there, though, from Grove, Cook, Barmer, French and Turner. And we've learned that the reason they're out of the race is because 2 of their drivers never even were able to make it. So they started the race with the 3 they had, and they just got worn out. It's as simple as that, really. They did the best they could with what they had, but fatigue just got the better of them, and they realised they weren't going to make more progress than they had made, and that was the end of that. So real shame. They were running in 9th, 10th position for most of the race, and that is game over for them. So there are only 11 cars now running in the result, and Adam Weller has just shouted, "No, I knew I should have come up as a reserve," because he would have easily made the cut for that, and I think they would have accepted the invitation. And that's a big off there from U Barracuda, the Porsche, and that's not far in front of the 111 Porsche either. And this is an interesting little battle going on between these 2 cars, because U Barracuda does not want to be lapped again by the 111 Ferrari, who in turn has actually gone off the circuit and bounced off the wall. And there goes U Barracuda Porsche off again at the penultimate turn. It is so easy to go off there, so easy to drop the car, but obviously Estoril is not exciting enough for the U Barracuda, and they've decided that rallycross is a more exciting sport. So they've decided to find as many new lines of the circuit as possible. Again, the Ferrari just steps out a little bit too far over the apron there, and I can speak from experience. It is so easy to get it wrong at some of the slower parts of the circuit, because you're used to going quicker in the dry conditions. You know what the car is capable of when it's bone dry, and you want to be able to get that same sort of speed. If you're going sort of 15 to 20 seconds a lap slower because of the weather conditions, you feel frustrated. You feel like everything is going far too slowly for you, and you just know that you're hemorrhaging time. But you're not necessarily hemorrhaging time to other people in the race. You're just in your current position losing time. And off again goes the 111 Ferrari, still trying to make up the ground lost, and is not actually managing to at this moment in time. So they're working hard, considering, and you know, fair play to them for still keeping things going as they currently are. Now, this is a good opportune moment, I think, to take a quick pause in proceedings, largely because 2 hours takes a lot out of you as a driver, and having do that, there's a small room over there that needs my company, so I'm going to make my way into it for a brief moment. That's as delicate as I'd like to be at 2:30 in the morning. So I will be back very shortly as the 111 Ferrari goes for another rallycross excursion. I'll be back in just a few minutes' time when I will be very relieved, let's put it that way. Welcome back to the Thrustmaster 24 at Estoril, thanks to Simply Race. And what an interesting battle we've got at the moment. If you're watching the live feed, there's been a bit of a hiccup for John Munro, and it's unfortunately yet another incident for those boys who don't wear red shirts but are named red shirts. Somebody's going to have to explain why they came up with the name red shirts when all they're wearing is black at the moment. So an interesting incident up the inside here, as they've just been lapped, red shirts, by the Downforce Aston, and then all of a sudden 2 wheels on the curb, 2 wheels on the grass, and there's an Aston in the way. Bang! Take that. And unfortunately, you really can't refute that. That's once again, I think that's what we can now term to be the umpteenth incident for the red shirts Porsche 991, and I'm fairly sure that is not the first time that they've done that with the Downforce Aston. The thing is, they've legitimately let them through, but they've just missed their braking point completely and decided, actually, do you know what, we didn't like being lapped there, so we're going to make sure we're not lapped. And that's not the way to go about it, unfortunately. So, continuing on. Oh, actually, I've been told about the red shirts. Second note for post P, Jake. Downforce got spun around by Team Red Shirts. Yes, I noticed that. That's fine. Adam Weller's also put notes for post P. A spin from the V-Box Race Logic at turn 4 that lost them about 15 seconds. Seems they're struggling in these conditions. And having, woken up, looking bright and refreshed. What's this snap of the wrist? Come on. What is this boyaka shah of you, Piers Pryor? Piers Pryor has woken up. How are you doing, sir?
I'm alright. I just woke up. I had about a 2.5 hour nap. It's a power nap, I like to call it. Looks like it's pretty wet out there, Jake.
It's very, very wet, and you've joined just as we've been punted off, unfortunately. John Munro is out there. I've had a very steady double stint. I decided.
Double stint?
I know, yeah.
I'm impressed.
Well, I decided to stretch it. I was out there on the S7 tyres and felt, they were wearing a bit much, and I could do a bit more with the S8s. What I could do was cost us about a minute over the course of 2 hours, so we dropped to about 4th position.
That's very, very respectable.
We're all right.
Very respectable.
We're still in the hunt. And it's getting better. Adam Weller's just said, what were they trying there? I think what they were trying was a little bit of brisker Formula 1 is what they were trying there to nudge us aside, but it cost us about 45 seconds as well, which is a bit irritating because he tried to make that up, and I think he'd made up about 45 seconds when he'd taken over from me, so that's all been brought back again, unfortunately. So we're doing our best. We've got 10 hours and 12 minutes left on the clock, and the battle is going pretty well just below the leader. So Racing, I keep saying it, Simply Ace. I keep saying Racing Ace because of that brilliant movie with Burt Reynolds in it. But no, Simply Race, Simply Ace even. Oh, come on, Jake, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. You've got to have a better handle of this. Simply Ace are leading in the Corvette C7, still out in front by about 4 laps to the Friction Aston Martin. 3rd position now are the Purple Helmets Ferrari, who really have improved over the last 3 hours or so. They've suddenly come from a little bit lower than the doldrums, and they've moved their way into 3rd position. They've evolved very well, to be fair. Downforce Racing are now in 4th position. Largely my fault, that one, I'm afraid, just because my pace wasn't very good compared to the likes of the drivers sitting next to me, Piers Pryor, and John Munro's in the car at the moment. And the Race Logic Ferrari has gone for another spin. And, the Purple Helmets Ferrari getting impeded there. Now, that's really significant in terms of the battle for the podium. They've had to work very hard indeed, the Purple Helmets Ferrari, to get themselves into a top position. And that could have been very nasty indeed. So they were very lucky to get away with that one. But yes, the wet weather conditions, the last restart we had, Piers, the weather changed for the worse. So we had to restart in the wet conditions. And although it looks very, very wet out there, it's dry tyres. Dry tyres are the only things that work at the moment.
Really? Not even wets?
The intermediates are burning up.
They're burning up even in these conditions?
Yes, indeed.
Wow, well, that's a turn up for the books, I suppose, isn't it?
It's interesting because we had the restart, and half the teams went for either an intermediate or wet. We went intermediate trying to take a gamble, but then the other half all went for slicks, including the race leaders. They went for slicks, and it's worked. And that's the 3rd time the V-Box Race Logic Ferrari has gone off in the space of about 5 minutes. They're really struggling now, and that's off from one gravel trap into a barrier. And unfortunately, that has really summed up their race so far. They've shown flashes of brilliant speed, but just as things are going well, they seem to drop the ball somewhere along the line. But yes, we had the restart with 6 teams choosing slicks, and it proved within the first sort of 10-15 minutes or so of that stint that was the way to go. Slick tyres. Intermediates were burning up, wet tyres were wearing ridiculously quickly. So hard tyres seem to be the way to go. So a lot of people have realised that and gone on to the S8s. Some have chosen the S7s, hoping that the cooler conditions will actually help, but a lot of cars have found that the wear on the soft tyres is actually quite rapid by comparison, and the hard tyres are actually the way to go. There's more grip on them than there is in the intermediates long term.
Very strange, isn't it? Very strange. It seems like we're in 4th place now. How far back are we from the Purple Helmets?
We're about 45 seconds or so adrift now that the Purple Helmets has been impeded, but they have a pit stop coming fairly soon, I expect. And I'm not entirely sure, because of the way that the shifts have worked out, that is really who we're racing for 3rd position now. The Friction Aston is still there in 2nd position, a couple of laps further up the road from us, just because of the way things have worked out. We thought that the restart was going to give us a bit of a helping hand, and actually it's ended up being a little bit different to that now. Hang on a second, are we under virtual safety car? No, we're not. The Mission Motorsport is just coming into the pits. So that is the way this. We have a retirement as well, we should point out.
Really?
Yes, we do have a race retirement. That is the Storm and Camel BMW. Is out of the race. They've all gone home, would you believe?
Because
2 of their drivers never showed up in the end.
Oh, okay.
So 5 drivers entered, 3 guys were racing, and the other 2 never showed and couldn't make it. So the other 3 drivers did their best. They got fatigued, and they couldn't make any more hotels. So that's it.
That's a shame. That is a shame.
I mean, one of the biggest things about the 24-hour races is that you've got to try your hardest to get the car to the finish line, and everybody wants to do that. But unfortunately, clearly the lines of communication were not very strong. We should have put feelers out for some reserves to come along just in case, and it hasn't really worked out in their favour. But yep, there's only 11 cars out on track at the moment. The entirety of the Storming Camel BMW squad have now gone home to bed, and I don't think they want to know what happens in the race anymore for some strange reason.
Yeah, they obviously had enough with the 3 of them. That means that's 8 hours driving each if they complete the race, and for some, maybe not some the most experienced drivers, that is quite a lot of running.
Well, the kind of drivers who can cope with that are the kind of people insane enough to get plastered and wear a Jordan Formula 1 racing overall, walk out in front of the media centre, and try and make out that you're a Jordan Formula 1 driver to the world's press. Such a driver is Bradley Philpott, of course. So
currently in the car.
He is indeed in the car, and he's taking things very nicely in his stride, although they were recently given a penalty for a move on the Race Logic Ferrari that actually pitched them into a spin and cost them 6th position on the road. So interesting. Everybody at this late stage of the race now, we're into the second half, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning exactly now, so everybody is finding it a real strain. And it's no real surprise, to be fair, because this is the point in the race where you are desperately trying to find the energy to continue. You kind of have to dig deep to find it somewhere, but it's not easy. And having been in the car for 2 hours nearly myself, you know that you're really having to find something very deep and, quite impressive within yourself to try and keep that level going for as long as you physically can. And fair play to the drivers out there for keeping going as long as they actually have.
Yeah, it is especially when it's early in the morning like this, it can feel like a chore to get up in the morning. But if you're willing to, then the team are always there, and you can do a good stint. Then I'm sure everyone will be much happier.
Have you heard the audacity of this man, Adam Weller, on the chat? He said, if I get the early morning train, would they let me inherit that BMW for the last 5 or so hours of the race? That's a very good, interesting question. Let's ask Race Control, actually. That's a very interesting question. Ben Turner, keeping himself very busy. We've had a question from one of our viewers on the YouTube channel, Adam Weller. He's asked, now that the Storming Camel BMW team are out of the race, if he gets the early morning train, would you let him inherit the BMW for the last 5 or so hours of the race? I've never heard a more bizarre state of affairs in motor racing, but would that be acceptable?
Well, one of the requests of Storming Camel was that no one continues in the BMW, which maybe they want to keep the Storming Camel's name, I don't know, sacred or something. But they said if we can change the cars, then someone can do it. But unfortunately, we can't change the cars in the middle of the race.
It's a real shame. So we asked for you, Adam. We did try, but such is the insanity of some people. I know John Munro can fly in from Scotland, and that's one thing for this kind of race. But to travel up from the Isle of Wight across the water and then get the early morning train to try and take the BMW for the last 5 hours or so, that's commitment. But sorry, Adam, we did try, but it's not going to happen, unfortunately. The boys at Storm and Camel do not want the race to continue, even if somebody else takes over the car. That's the way they've decided. So we're watching the Purple Helmets Ferrari at the moment. Now, if we look back, it's the Simply Ace Corvette that's trying to come through and lap them again. But there is some traffic in between these two cars before they get to that point. They've just lapped Barracuda once again, who again. They've actually been a little bit more stable, Barracuda, the last hour and a half or so. They're getting a bit more consistent, which is good. You know, they've really developed into a very strong team at the moment. They've just had a driver change, apparently, Barracuda, which, of course, is the team that is not only helping to raise money for Mission Motorsport over the course of the race, as everybody is, but they're also raising funds for Sport Relief, which is, of course, only a couple of weeks down the line. So that is really good to see them working hard for a very, very good cause. And obviously there'll be lots of celebrity-filled shenanigans on the BBC 2 weekends from now. But it's a great way to have a very successful weekend's motor racing on behalf of Sport Relief. There should be more motor racing related activities for Sport Relief. People seem to think it's not a very physical activity. Trust me, look at half the people on the floor that are asleep. It's a very physical activity.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, it could be good to get some more Sport Relief stuff going on for motorsport. Obviously good for charity, but also good for the sport as well.
Well, Adam Weller has responded to the request being denied there. He says he'd make a good camel. I can vouch for that, but it's not going to be good enough to get him in a BMW. Nice try. The Porsche we're watching at the moment is the Team Red Shirts machine, and has already, let's say, ingratiated itself very well with various members of the field, if not all members of the field so far. So let's see if it'll get out of the way. Oh! Well, never mind getting out of the way. The Purple Helmets Ferrari just decided, actually, do you know what? I'm going to barge my way through. And that has cost them dear, because now they've actually ended up going a little bit too wide into turn 5. And now I have a feeling the Red Shirts Porsche team will be out for blood. And look what's behind them. It's the Corvette. Here comes the Porsche team. Purple Helmets trying to go through, and they've overshot a little bit there, the Porsche boys. Through comes the Corvette, leading the way. We're on board now with Bradley Philpott at the wheel, and this is what he sees. A little bit twitchy with the steering wheel. You've got to be so careful and so precise in these conditions, and it really is quite treacherous. The car will snap away with you from you without warning, and particularly when you're dancing with the knife edge as to whether intermediates or dry tyres are the way to go. Every team seems to have found that the dry tyres do work better in the long term, and that is why we're seeing the Simply Ace Corvette out in front. They gambled on slicks being the right call, and Adam Weller has actually told us that Inters are known to be pretty terrible on R Factor 2, and that's the real issue. Let's see. Oh, this is getting a bit tight and tenuous for the leaders, Purple Helmets in the Ferrari. They are, of course, in third position, and they've got a lap and a half or so on the Downforce Aston at the moment. They don't want to lose too much time with this Corvette, but they have got a pit stop coming, and that is going to be a deciding factor as to how things are going for them over the course of the next few hours. So they don't want to lose too much time to the leaders, as Piers Pryor is just going to have a look at how things are going for the Downforce Aston, as it won't be too long before he's in the car next, of course. For those of you who want to know about the progress of the Downforce boys, well, I can tell you we have 4 of them are awake at the moment. One of them is me. One of them is in the car, that's John Munro. Piers is about to get in the car. Well, I say about to get in the car, it's probably still an hour and a half away. One of them is desperately trying to sleep, but can't, poor Tom Brooks. The throat problems and the cold he's got causing constant nosebleed that he's had pretty much for the last 23 hours on and off is causing him no sleep whatsoever. However, Scott Woodwis and Dan Blake are getting quite a lot of shut-eye opposite ends of the room. Scott Woodwis has commandeered a sofa and is very much chillaxed. Dan Blake is right next to the car just in case he needs the call up for no particular reason, and he's ready, and he said, just kick me if we do need to get me in the car for some reason. Just give me a kick. And Dan Blake is a very generous man to allow people a free kick just for no good reason. So if we get to that point, we get bored, we may take him up on it. No, you don't need to get in the car. We're just amusing ourselves more than anything else. So Friction Racing still in second position behind these guys, the Simply Ace Corvette, as he tries to make his way further up the field. It is not too bad a chore at the moment for Hardwick in the Friction Racing car. There is Brad Philpott, again tucked up beneath the purple helmet's Ferrari, not able to make his way through at the moment, and that could be very costly for both teams at the moment. They're really having a bit of a dogfight at the moment, and I found it really difficult, I have to say, Piers, to keep that purple helmet's Ferrari behind. I managed for about a lap and a half or so before I finally ran out of talent and ran out of braking zone. And it isn't easy when you're defending. I think it's much easier to be the person in the rear who's trying to attack.
Yeah, I suppose it is much easier to try and attack because you know you can see what's going on. Whereas often if you're defending, then someone can dive and go in your blind spot from the mirrors or whatever. So it is often easier to overtake.
So these guys still having a good battle down the back straight as Simply Ace, Bradley Philpott still trying to take on purple helmets, and they've gone off the road now. That is a very rare mistake for the Corvette. That just proves that Bradley Philpott is in fact human and not a robot. We did wonder at one point because he seems to be absolutely bulletproof, but no, even he can make mistakes, and just pushed it a little bit too hard. But I can see where the frustration is coming from. Look, the car's still trying to snap away from him in the slow apexes. He's stuck behind that Ferrari, and he can't really make any progress at this point. From his point of view, as the race leader, trying to side through the field and maintain the advantage, that's got to be frustrating.
Yeah, it is frustrating, but he looks like he's pushing hard, and well, I'm sure he's enjoying it out the front there, a couple of laps in the lead. I just checked, and John Monroe's got probably about another hour and a half left, so I'm going to go back to bed for a bit, and I'll see you all in about 40 minutes, I suppose.
Sounds fair, Piers. You get a nice little bit of shut-eye, you and Pryor Senior. Get yourself some shut-eye. Well, he's got himself some coffee, so I don't know. That's shut-eye. Pryor's going to get 40 more winks or so, and that just leaves a lone plum sack on the microphone for a little while longer, so we'll keep that going as much as we physically. So Misfits and Mangoes Racing trying to get away from Race Logic Ferrari, and that gap has actually increased to about a lap or so. The Misfits are in 5th position, 14 laps away from the race leader. Mangoes Racing in 6th from Race Logic, 111 and Barracuda, 30 laps off the leader, but still very comfortable in position, trying to make grounds on the 111 Ferrari, but still motoring on and soldiering forth with Mission Motorsport and Team Red Shirts on the verge of overtaking the now retired Storming Camel BMW that will not be taking any further part. Babies is what we get from Barracuda. Well, you jest. We had somebody all the way in the Isle of Wight who was willing to get on the early morning train to take over the car for them. They should have let them, but no, Stormy Camel apparently don't want the car to move any further forward. I think that's what's known as grapes of the sour variety. So we've got Simply Ace in the Corvette C7, out in front, having an absolutely cracking time. Well done to the 9 people who are currently watching the YouTube feed at 3:10 in the morning, and hello to all those of you who are forgotten that you're watching, fallen asleep, snubbed on your laptop, and are now on some unrecognizable Lithuanian website about breeding ferrets. Well done to all of you. Make sure you wake up at some point, because you might find out your credit card will be stolen by a Chechenian businessman before too long. So do make sure you wake up and have yourself a cup of tea or something. There's still plenty of racing to come. We're going to take another quick pause so I can steal someone's bottle of water, and in 3.5 minutes time you'll find out how the rest of the race is progressing. Thrustmaster 24 hours of Estoril still going strong with just under 10 hours left in proceedings. Jake Sanson here, the sole remaining member of the Downforce radio team who is upright and not in a car. So John Monroe out in the Downforce Aston trying to move us up to the podium position. But the purple helmets Ferrari is still there, very neat and tidy in third position. We're joined by one of the misfits who are currently in fifth position. It's Callum Cripps, who is here next to me. Callum, you've already spoken on the radio a little bit further, a few times over the course of the coverage, but how are things going at this moment for the misfits? It looks like it's on the up.
It is on the up. We're just trying to maintain a gap to the Mangoes behind, who are really quick in their Porsche at the moment. They've got a really good driver and he's lapping really consistently. So we've got Colin in at the moment, who's doing a solid 2 minutes, 1:59s often. So it's going really well at the moment. So we're just trying to maintain the gap.
These are very tricky conditions for everybody. How are you guys finding them at the moment?
We're finding them quite tricky. We're finding the curbs, especially if you hook up an inside curb, really get at least half the car on it. It really, really pulls the car in, especially with a car as heavy as ours. So it's going quite well. You see, try and take as much curb as possible, and then don't let it run too wide on the exit. But out the corners, it's got so much torque, it absolutely flies.
Now this car is currently running in fifth position overall. Do you think that there's a possibility towards the latter stages of the race that the car can go forwards, or is this a case of consolidating the position you guys are currently in?
I think we've got to be realistic right now. I mean, we've got 6 laps on the car ahead, so fifth is top 5 is what we aim for at the start of the race. So, and that's if we finish there, it'll be absolutely great. As we're misfits with basically drivers who are from the SRTCC or from other championships who basically didn't have a team to drive in. So Bradley and Ben helpfully set up the team for us, and it's been great.
And it's been very difficult for you guys because, yes, okay, you have experience of this place, but this is a completely different beast compared to the SRTCC because you're only in the cars for about 15-20 minutes in those things, whereas you really have to push the limits of what you guys are usually capable of.
Yeah, I mean, the car's a lot different. Obviously, it's rear-wheel drive. It's got double the horsepower, at least, that the Honda Civic you got that we use on the SRTCC. But it's an awesome piece of kit. It's also with the traction control. You can play around with it, stability. You can have a bit more feel of the car in the settings and adjust it a bit more than you would in the Civic that we use in the SRTCC.
So obviously that means then that you guys are going to try and push things a little bit forward. What are you guys running in terms of strategy at the moment? Is it literally just a case of keep the car on the road and see what happens, or are you genuinely trying to make up ground?
We are trying to make up ground. Basically, we're just letting the fuel run dry for every driver, basically. I mean, we found that in the wet, especially on our last stint, we were doubling our stint, basically, in our driver. So our driver nearly did about 2 hours in that last stint from the red flag to getting out about 45 minutes ago. So, the rain really helps, especially with our cars. It's quite low geared, so we can really get a really good kind of fuel economy in the car and basically get loads of litres in that nobody else is getting. So it's quite a good combination of our car in the way. It's just a tiny bit heavy on kind of mid corner, third gear, fourth gear. It is a bit kind of weighty, but for turning and all that, it's a good car and it's set up well. We've got a bit.
Yeah, we have got a bit of a melee up front. That's the Barracuda car tripping over the Race Logic Ferrari that seems to be having a bit of a nightmare stint in the rain. And it is easy to get it wrong in these conditions. We've spoken to a couple of drivers over the last hour or so. When you get it wrong in these cars, you really, really get it wrong, as Red Shirts Porsche have demonstrated so gracefully on the feed. But the fine line between getting this right and getting this wrong is very, very blurry.
It is. It's very fine line. I mean, sometimes you turn into the corner and there's tons and tons of grip, almost as if it's dry, and then you suddenly go off maybe a wet line like you see the Red Shirt Porsche doing now, and it's just unbelievably slippery. And you've got to be really, really patient on the throttle. Some people are using medium, high, even some. I know the Simply Ace team out in front on low traction control setting, it seems, but they are skidding around quite a lot. But it's all about the car, really. I mean, the Porsche should be quite good rear engine, get good traction at the rear, but it doesn't seem to be the case. They look quite tricky out there at the moment.
There's an argument as well about what tyres people should be on in these conditions, because again, it's really tricky looking at the difference between the soft, hard and intermediates. Though all three of them seem to be legitimate choices, but it became very clear very early on that even wets were the wrong way to go with these particular cars. What did you guys realise that it suits the Viper to do? What tyres have you gone for?
Well, we've kind of followed the crowd, and we did a few tests. A few of the drivers have been individually down here doing some testing 2 weeks or 3 weeks before this event, and I did some wet testing about 2 weeks ago. Put slicks on, and it was brilliant. And I thought, well, if the slicks are like this, what are the wets going to be like? Tried them, and they didn't seem to work. It seems on this mod that the wets just don't seem to grip up very well. So we ran slicks. I mean, it's absolutely pouring down, as you can see on the live feed, and it's just this. It's apart from that, it's all pretty realistic. Apart from really using slicks here, but then it's sim racing. It's something that always can be improved, but it still provides great racing. I mean, it's still slippy out there as it would be in the wet.
Mission Motorsport in the Aston Martin just getting a little bit too deep as Simply Ace laps them for the 60th time now as they come through. So they're still ticking down those laps. They're still motoring on very strong, and all still well and good. So again, you've got two different compounds effectively of tyre to choose between in terms of soft and hard. What's working for the Viper at the moment of the two?
Viper just suits the S7s. It seems to lunch the left front, a bit, especially around the last corner, as it gets up to 150, maybe even 200 degrees after it's been properly worn, and it really does start to eat into them later on in your stint. But we found that the S7, there's no point in using the S6 because they just wear out sooner, and there's not a lot more grip. The S8s and S9s, they're similar, but you really. The S7 really suits a 1 hour stint, or even possibly longer. So as we see the red Porsche going a bit wide there.
Yeah, that's the U Barracuda boys just going a little bit too deep there into what I believe is turn 1. They managed to get that going again, yes indeed. And it's your boys just in behind them there, the Misfits, and I'm guessing that you guys, 15 laps down off the lead, but there's still a long opportunity for you to get closer to that podium finish. Oh, that didn't go very well though. What's your boy doing?
Well, we'll have to turn him traction control on more, but it seems he's just had a bit of a slip there. Hopefully kept facing the right way. There we go, and he'll be on his way again.
Well, it looks as though Mr. Ashton has made his way into the Purple Helmets Ferrari of late. So the man who started for the Purple Helmets is now back in the car once more, and that means that the battle really is on for third position. The downforce Aston versus the Purple Helmets Ferrari. That's going to be really, really tight for third position, and they're obviously still trying to gain ground on the Friction Aston Martin. But interesting to see now we've got downforce Aston in fourth position, chasing down the fifth position Misfits car. Now you guys, you're in a position really, you're racing these guys, but you've got them coming up to lap you. What's the strategy? What have you told each other in terms of, if cars are coming up to lap you, and technically you could be racing them half an hour, are you giving them a chance, or are you just letting them go?
Well, we've got to kind of look at the situation as it is. I mean, they're 6 laps ahead of us. Are we going to gain anything by holding them up? Most likely not. So, in this case, if he's alongside, just let him go. If we make contact, it's just going to ruin our race. As much as we're in there. So it's all about fair racing here. I mean, some people you get alongside him now, so he'd be checking his mirrors, he'd be looking, he'd be seeing, he's probably dashing and flashing up and down that way. So that's the easiest way to do it. I mean, the blue flag on the top of the screen when you're in the cockpit is just telling when to move out the way. And most drivers have got obey it, but some turns out it doesn't. But it just makes it more interesting racing and better commentary.
I suppose it does to a certain degree, as long as it doesn't impede us or you. Yes. Well, anyway, cheers, Callum, for keeping us up to date with what's going on.
Cheers.
So we've got ourselves an interesting situation now with this battle for second position. 3 cars in the group, Friction, Purple Helmets and Downforce. Just spoken to Callum Cripps of the Misfits Brigade. Up the inside of the Team Red Shirts Porsche goes John Munro in the Downforce Aston at this moment in time. Let's have a look a little bit further along. 111 Motorsport in the Ferrari and U Barracuda in the Porsche have had a very entertaining time of things of recent times, and we should actually catch up with them a little bit, because this is the team, of course, that is not just raising money for the Mission Motorsport cause as everybody is, but is also doing some great work for Sport Relief, which of course is in 2 weeks' time. And Grant Lyman is beside us. The night shift brigade has come to town. Grant, it's good to catch up with you.
Yeah, it's good to be on tonight. I'm quite tired, so apologies if I'm a bit dreary and snoozy, but this is the time of night when drivers are idiots, so...
Wouldn't be